Hello, assalamu alaikum, everyone. How are you doing?
Assalamu alaikum, Adan bhai. Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam, sir.
How are you?
Assalamualaikum, sir.
Hi, sir.
Alhamdulillah, going good. How are you guys?
Alhamdulillah, all good. Thank you.
Sir, your voice looks pretty down.
What was that?
I said you look so down today.
I look so down.
Yeah, I can feel it.
No,
I
no.
can feel it.
You are missing morning tea.
Uh,
Tim
really?
Horton double.
Tim Horton double double. Yes, black one.
Oh, black.
I don't agree, Ad number. You're sharp as always.
Okay, thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum, sir.
Welcome, Sam.
Assalamualaikum, Adnan bhai. How are you?
How are you, Ashish?
Not bad, not bad. How about you?
Very good, very.
Great.
Okay, so are you able to hear my sound properly, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, thank
That
you.
sounds perfect.
Yes.
Okay, so my question, first of all, anyone was able to install vCenter completely?
Yes, sir.
Me
Last
and
time.
Bhatti bhai did it.
A lot of, yeah, me as
Okay.
well, I guess.
Okay, so Ashish, you were able to do it, and Wasim were able to do it.
Yes, I also did it last time.
Alamgir bhai did it twice actually. He installed on the second server as well. So
Okay,
pretty good.
very good.
I'm able to do the first part, not the second one.
Second
Okay.
one is easy, brother.
Second part. Okay, second part. And Alamgir, were you able to do it?
Yes, sir. Me and Wasim bhai, we did, I think, 3 times.
Wow, very good. And you know, I tried 3 times, all 3 times failed for me.
Just, it was not taking only, uh, it was taking only IP address, but not, uh,
Okay. Yes. So even with IP address or DNS, I think my issue was the space because of not enough space on my C drive. I think that was the main reason why it failed for me. So this is actually the fourth time, and it takes a lot of time. Alamgir, how much time it took you to complete stage 2?
stage 2, I think it took us 10 to 15 minutes in between.
Oh, okay. Wow. Last night I tried stage 2. It took like 3 hours to finish, and at the end it errored out.
Oh.
Okay. So first of all, let's recap. Let me just quickly. So this is I am on stage 2 for vCenter installation. So first of all, I'm going to recap what we have covered and what we are going to cover today. Okay, day 4 for VCP 6.7 training. And so far what we have covered is that the training that we are going through is known as VMware Certified Professional. It is VMware Certified Professional is all about virtualization admin. So a person who is VMware Certified Professional or VCP is a virtualization professional. Now, virtualization is of many types in the market. So this is, I'm reviewing from the previous lesson, everyone. Virtualization is of 3 different types. Servers virtualization, application virtualization, and desktop virtualization. In servers virtualization, we virtualize only servers. And in application, we virtualize application. In desktop, we virtualize desktops or the client machines. In application virtualization, we virtualize like any software or any application. Any application like Word, Excel, uh, other than that, any application that is used in Windows servers or used in any operating system can be virtualized. So in application virtualization, what happens is that we can virtualize, we can package an application and provide it to the clients. Whereas in desktop virtualization, what we can do is we can virtualize desktop machines, and essentially that is a virtualization of client machines.
Sir, I have a question here.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. We just talked about application package.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just talking. It's just regarding the software installing a software. I mean, so like suppose if you are installing a software, just like maybe just take an example of uh, TeamViewer. If you want to deploy that one, how can we do it? Because um, the other day, me and Wasim Bhai tried, but we were not able to. In group policy, I mean.
Yes, it's a good question. So a glimpse, I would say, a glimpse of application virtualization you have seen in group policy. Now, a group policy is not a professional application packaging tool. Group policy is a very small, it's used for just packaging very small software that are absolutely required, that are immediately required on the network. I mean, group policy cannot handle big applications. Group policy, so from group policy, we don't deploy software. So application for application virtualization, there are full-fledged applications from enterprise level application. For example, from the Microsoft has a huge big application called VDI. Sorry, Microsoft has AppView. The application name is AppView, and same goes for Citrix. They have Zen application, Zen desktop, and Zen app. So these applications are main application for packaging applications. Group policy is not used, Alamgir, normally to package application. Group policy, you can say it's just a very small tool to just attach the application, a very small application, not like any application that needs full installation. Group policies are not used for that. So the example that we used in the last training was 7-Zip. 7-Zip was a very small application, a software that can be attached to group policy. So, I mean, you cannot see all the features that are required in application virtualization. Does that answer your question?
So, like, if you want to deploy, suppose, as I said, TeamViewer, right? Suppose. So, how like, from group policy, you cannot deploy, right?
TeamViewer can be deployed from group policy, but it will be really painful. It will be really painful because somebody who needs to deploy it from group policy, they need to go through, there are a lot of requirements in group policy. So since it is not an enterprise level packaging tool, it can be deployed. I'm not saying it cannot be deployed, but it can be deployed, but it will be very painful. So for that reason, none of the companies will use group policy to deploy TeamViewer.
So that means there will be another application will be installed, right, in the server, and from there you will have to download whatever the application you need, and from there you will deploy, right?
For application deployment,
Like software deployment, I mean.
software deployment. Yes. Just a second. Let me show you what that is. Actually, that is required everyone for just a basic understanding of this. We all need to have for this. Uh, so otherwise, I mean, application virtualization. It's a completely different training, different software, altogether different beast to control. So here, let me quickly show you what application virtualization is.
Because you said, sir, this is a admin's duty to deploy any kind of software if needed, right, or if any application is needed. So on that point of view, I am asking how, like, how will be application deployed, like any kind of software application, like
Right.
TeamViewer or WhatsApp or anything, if you want to deploy it to the client.
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yes. So, I mean, this is one of the system admin's responsibility to manage all of the servers and everything. But group policies are not used for deploying applications. So wherever the deployment is happening nowadays, all of the you have to be a specialist in that. So you must be either SCCM specialist, which is used for packaging, or Zen as ZenApp specialist, which is Citrix specialist. So normally, none of the companies are using this group policy for deployment. Okay.
So that means this will not be a like system admin responsibility. It will be an other, maybe admin, software admin or whatever. He will be deploying or
Exactly. That's what it means. So it won't be a system admin's responsibility to deploy application from group policy. Yes. Okay. So okay. So this is not working. Application actually, my whiteboard is not working. I have to just connect this. Yes, it is working now. Okay, first of all, let's quickly see. So I have to make a diagram, Alamgir, to show you guys how virtualization are there. So there is servers virtualization, we all know, and based on our very basic definition of servers. Virtualization is anything that is physical and converted to a software is known as virtualized. Okay, so which means that physical server, when it is converted to a software, so there is no, so physical server converted to software. And how is it converted to a software? Because we create a VM inside a server. So inside a physical server, we create this VM. That is why it is known as virtual machine. Now this VM is made up of all software. Same goes for application virtualization, or before that, desktop virtualization. In desktop virtualization, we can have many client machines. So this is client machine 1, client machine 2, client machine 3, which are all of the client machines, excuse me, which are all of the client machines here. Let me bring it from. So this is client machine 1, This is client machine 2. This is client machine 3. So normally, whenever you are working in any organization, then in any organization, you have these client machines that are provided to you, and these client machines have specialized software. So, for example, if you're working for IBM, this machine will have all the IBM software, and you will only be able to log into IBM network with this client machine. You won't be able to use any of your your own client machines. So here we have so these client machine. Now, why is there desktop virtualization? Guys, desktop virtualization is there because desktop virtualization provides an ease. It provides a very simple way of managing all of the client machines. So for example, if IBM has 10,000 employees, or 8,000 to 10,000, or maybe more employees. By the way, IBM only in Toronto area, I think IBM has around maybe more than 25,000 employees. So all these 8,000 employees will be using 8,000 desktops. So in order to manage all these desktop, it will be very difficult. So what do you have to manage? Why do you need to manage this desktop? In order to manage this desktop, everyone, first of all, we need to make sure that these are all updated. So guys, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to we have seen servers virtualization already. Now we are trying to understand desktop virtualization. So desktop virtualization is that here we have a Windows machine, and Windows machine needs updates. Number one, Windows machine needs all of the antivirus software. Other than that, it needs a regular maintenance. Other than that, it needs a regular maintenance. Other than that, it needs to have a proper security as well. So this is day-to-day maintenance on all of the desktop machines. So you can think of a large company having, let's say, 25,000 desktop machines, or maybe 40,000 desktop machine. They have to do this every day. They have to do this day-to-day maintenance. So this is one thing. Secondly, that these machines die as well. So these machines crash, and your company needs to rebuild them. So they need to rebuild them. In order to rebuild them, if they are crashed, you need to take it to the help desk, and then from the help desk, they would need to re-image the machine. You will need to take it to the help desk. They will fix the machine. So I'm just showing you the steps here. You need to take it to the help desk. They will take 3 to 4 days to fix the machine, and then it will be given back to the employee. So that's another problem. So in desktop virtualization, what happens is that we create servers, and in servers, we create desktop machines. So it will be something like this, that we will create these servers for desktop machines, and in these virtual servers, we have thousands of these client machines. So here, this desktop machine will be virtualized inside a server. So this is one machine. Then we have second machine. We have third machine. We have fourth machine. So these are all of the desktop machines. So these are all Windows 10 machines inside this. So this is known as desktop virtualization. In desktop virtualization, now the advantage of this type of scenario is that company has full control of their client machines. With one go, they can in one night they can update all their machines. So they don't have to wait for employee to be in the office so that his laptop is updated. I mean, if you're an employee of IBM and your machine needs an update, you have to be connected to IBM network. So you next morning when you go go when you're at IBM, or when you are in the office location, your machine, as soon as it is connected to the network, it will receive all of the updates. But guys, in this case, in desktop virtualization, all of the machines are already in the network. So since they are already in the network, all the updates are happening automatically overnight. So they don't have to wait for the employees. Number one, automatic update is happening. So auto update in desktop virtualization.
Sir, I
Secondly, yes, please go ahead.
So, like in desktop virtualization, like as you know, nowadays people are working from home. So, like when they have their machines shut, or when they shut down the machines, so still the updates, still the desktop machines will get updates, or they will have to be on.
Yes, so machines, all the machines that are virtualized, most of the time they're not shut down. They're not, they are always running in the machine. And even if they are shut down, whenever it requires update, they will be automatically started, updated, and shut down.
Oh, okay, so they automatically start. Okay.
Yes, so because they are virtual, these are all virtual machines. So in virtual
Oh, yeah,
desktop,
sorry, I got it.
yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, sir. I was a little confused. That's okay. I got it.
Okay, very good. So what happens is that these machines are, so this is, I mean, here you have physical laptop. Now, instead of physical laptop, they are all providing you with virtual desktop. And in virtual desktop, what happens is that they are automatically updated. They have a very tight security. If you're not an IBM employee, then you won't be able to log into this machine. And also repairs are very fast. Let's say you open a ticket, you're saying that, my desktop is not working. So all they have to do, they will send a ticket back to the Citrix team. So Citrix is basically at the top. Citrix is the company that is at the top of desktop virtualization and application virtualization. So we said that in the beginning that server virtualization is taken over by VMware. So VMware is at the top for server virtualization, and second company that is right behind VMware is Microsoft. So two companies. But in desktop virtualization and application virtualization, Citrix is at the top. So Citrix is that company at the top. So Citrix specialist would go in and just update the machine, or maybe it would just they have automated images. They would just re-image the machine, and within minutes, this machine is provided to the client. So there is no wait for 2 or 3 days where you have to take your laptop and everything. So this is why this desktop virtualization is really, really famous in the world. So we have servers virtualization, where you don't need a physical. Yes, you do need one physical server. In one physical server, you can install 20 or 40 virtual machines. So this is a huge big advantage on the server side, and we all know that. Whereas this is desktop virtualization. In desktop virtualization, we virtualize all of the Windows 10, Windows 8 machines inside. Now, one question that we all need to understand is that how users are connected there. I mean, in order to connect to a virtual machine, you still need a laptop. So that is so for that, in order for user to connect to the machine, in order for this user to connect to a machine, IBM provides a dummy laptop. A dummy laptop meaning a laptop that has a small version of Windows, or maybe you can say it's a secured version of Windows, and in that laptop there is nothing related to IBM. So on this laptop is provided to the employee so that they can log in and connect to the IBM network. That's it. So the advantage is that this laptop, even if it is stolen, or if this laptop is if you lose it for some reason, I mean, somebody took it away, or maybe you forgot it someplace while traveling. So this laptop has nothing. This has dummy windows, and in that dummy windows, people can only log in, and there is nothing related to IBM on this. So this is known as thin client. So this type of laptop is known as a thin client, where you have where it's not connected to IBM domain, where is no IBM security credentials are there. So this dummy machine, user log into this and then log into the environment. So this is how desktop virtualization works. Okay. So
Question.
yes, please go ahead.
Sir, so what I want to ask you that can't I use my laptop to connect to any VM, or do we have to use any like if you're using my laptop, then what kind of software or what kind of configuration do I have to do in order to connect the VM on the server?
Right. So for that, all companies will have their own type of clients. Everyone, the question is that what will be the software to connect to the virtual environment? So to answer that, IBM has their own software. So that one software will be installed right here on the desktop. So you as an employee will be instructed, go just open this website, open this link, and on the link, it will ask you for username and password. As soon as you enter your username and password that is provided by IBM, you will be automatically connected to the virtual network. So, and IBM has their own software, Rogers have their own software, Bell has their own software, hospitals have their own software. So that is based on their company needs. So you don't have to do anything. The laptop, when you get from the organization, that has everything, and they normally provide a one-page instruction that how to log in and how to connect to their network.
Okay, so sometimes there are corporate laptops, or sometimes there is a web link by which we can connect. Is that right?
No. So always it will be a corporate laptop. So this is a corporate laptop, and in the laptop there is a web link that connects you to their virtual environment.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, so now let's quickly see what is application virtualization. So we have seen two types of, so if you can store this image into your photo memory, if you can maybe draw it down on a piece of paper, that this is what desktop virtualization. Here you have a physical machine. In desktop virtualization, everything is virtualized. Now,
Can I ask a question, sir?
yes, go ahead.
Uh, for desktop virtualization, isn't it same like server virtualization? On a big physical server, there are hundreds of physical like virtualized servers, and in the similar way, in a big server, there's virtualized desktop sitting on a physical machine. Isn't it the same thing, sir?
Yeah, it is the same thing, but it's just called. So yeah, so I think your question is that it is almost like servers virtualization. Just like we are virtualizing server, exactly the same thing. We are virtualizing the desktop as well, right? That is what your question is.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So in servers virtualization, we virtualize servers operating system. So we are virtualizing 2008, 2012, 2016. All these servers are virtualized. And in desktop virtualization, we are only virtualizing the desktop machines. So Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 8 is gone, Windows 10, and then any of the Linux clients or whatever clients are required. So it's a good question that it's almost the same thing. Both are exactly the same thing, but here we are virtualizing operating system, servers operating system. Here we are only virtualizing the client machine.
Thank you,
So
sir.
it's a good question. So guys, exactly like that, there is something called application virtualization. Now, in application virtualization, what happens is that in application virtualization, we need to understand that so how does applications work? So first of all, in order to work with application, we need to understand our environment. So our environment in all of the companies are that we connect to that we connect to our laptop. So every day you are, when you are at work, or even if you're working at home, you will have to log into your network. So first of all, you need to log into the network as a user. So as a user, you will be logging into the network. And once you are connected, then you will start using your applications. So your day-to-day, everyday use applications are, let's say, MS Word. You use Word for documentation. You would use Excel for creating sheets of maybe tables and maybe database collection of information. And you will be using, let's say, Paintbrush for drawing, MS Paint. You would use TeamViewer to connect to other machines. You will also use a remote desktop connection to connect to other servers. So remote desktop connection. So these are everyday machines. These are everyday applications. So one is Word, second is Excel, third is MS Paint, fourth is TeamViewer, fifth is remote desktop. And other than that, if you're working for a hospital, then there might be some medical related applications. If it is an airport, then there might be some airport related applications, like maybe for air traffic, controlling air traffic, or maybe their internal applications. If it is a telecom company, then there might be other applications. So there are many applications in your organization. Now the problem with with applications, before we can understand virtualization, let's understand the problem. In applications, what happens is each application must be installed separately on all of the machines. So this is one tedious task that every company has to go through. So when it comes to an application, let's say today they need to deploy MS Office. So we all know what MS Office is. MS Office is an application that has many softwares inside. So it has Excel, it has Word, it has Excel, it has PowerPoint, it has so it's a full-fledged application that you need to install. Now if you need to deploy this, if you need to, I'll take your question, Naveed, in a moment. If you deploy this as software, if you need to deploy MS Office in your organization, then the normal steps are that you would need to go to each client. You would need to go to each client, or maybe if you maybe you might if you don't if I mean uh, even if you're doing it individually, you will have to access each client separately and then install this application. So first of all, you will need to install that on this client, then install that on this client, then install that on this client, then install that on this client, all these clients. Now you might feel like that this is easy task. This is really easy task. Yes, installing application is not a difficult task, because all you need to do is to insert the CD, run the setup, and wait for the installation to finish, right? So it's not a huge big task. Guys, I need your attention in order to understand this point here. We need a basic understanding of this. As being a cloud admin or a system admin, we have to have this basic understanding. I mean, who does this application virtualization? These are Citrix certified people. We don't do application virtualization. Maybe in future you can make it your specialization, because at one time after 2-3 years you have to get your one specialization. You might be specialized in desktop virtualization, servers virtualization, cloud specialist. But at the moment we need to have that basic understanding. So one more time, in application, the problem is it's not a problem, it's just a tedious task. It's a complex task to install these application on all these machines. Now it seems like an easy task, and the easy task is just 3 steps. So insert the CD, run the setup, and wait for the installation to finish. I mean, this simple task becomes very complex when you have to do this on 80,000 machines, or maybe on 25,000 machines, or maybe on even 10,000 machines. If you have 10,000 clients and you have to do this type of installation on 10,000 clients, or 80,000 clients, it becomes tedious. So which means that many times, so you'll have to have a huge fleet of, for 80,000 clients, you'll have to have a huge fleet of help desk professionals, and they would need to access these machines either being there physically or virtually. So they are remoting, they are connecting to these machines remotely and then install the software, or they have to be physically available at that location and then install the software. Now in that, and plus, so this is number one, is that there are, let's say, 25,000 clients or 80,000 clients, number one. Number two, these all clients are located in different cities. They're not even in one location. They might be, maybe 5,000 of them are in Toronto location. Other 5,000 might be in Brampton location, and other 2,500 might be in Quebec, and other 2,500 might be in US. So these are all scattered client, but your company is still responsible for this application to be deployed on all of the clients. So first of all, the number of users. Secondly, the different locations are there. And third, the issues that comes when you're deploying these clients. So the issues are, let's say on some of the machines, there is no space on C drive. So disk space is not there. So when your help desk professional went there to install this application, there was no space. And when he asked the client, just make up some space, the client is saying, everything is important. I cannot delete anything. Bring a new disk. So if you need to buy a new disk, then you'll have to wait until the new disk arrives, and then that is provided. So disk issues, and then old laptop issues. So maybe some notebooks, some machines are very old and you cannot install this software, and compatibility issues. So guys, you can see application deployment can be a very tedious task in a large organization where you have to deploy that on thousands of machines in different locations with different type of issues, and you need to fix the issues and then provide the machines. And also now remember that this is not only one application you need to deploy. You are deploying multiple applications. So this is just a MS Office that I'm talking about. There might be hospital related application, airport system, airport related applications, and then there are call center related application. So these type of applications and their complexities, in order to fix these complexities, they introduced something called application virtualization. So that led to the invention of application virtualization.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, before that, Naveed, let me ask Naveed, because he asked before, and then I'll
Oh,
take
no
your
problem.
question.
No.
Yes, Naveed, you may ask
Thank
a
you,
question.
Adnan. Thank you. Adnan, I have two questions for you.
Yes.
Number one, you gave an example here, 80K, then 25K, and then 10K about the installation of any software in one client. So these are big examples. Let me make it short and let me talk about only 100 laptops. So in a kind of situation where we have to install Microsoft Office on 100 laptops, so this will be a kind of a big job for us, right? What I want to ask you.
Yes, go ahead.
So what I want to ask you that by any chance, is there a way if we can create a group policy, and then we can push this installation on the client's machines? Because once a group policy is created, it is updated within 90 minutes. Or if not, then you have to run GP update to update the policy right away in a client's machine. So this is my question to you, that by any chance, can we create a group policy, and then we can push the policy on these users' machine, so the installation starts on 100 machine in one time? That is my question number one.
Right.
Number two is the application virtualization. What I want to ask you that can we say that MS Office, which is on cloud, can I say, is that the best example for this application virtualization, or no?
MS Office on the cloud?
Mm-hmm. Like if I don't have MS Office on a laptop, I can go online and I can use MS Office. I can write a letter, type a letter, I can email it, blah, blah,
Right,
like whatever.
Office 365, like.
Office 365. So can I say that this is the best example for application virtualization, or no?
Yes. Okay. So there are two questions. So I'll answer them. Yes, Alamgir.
Sir, I just add in Naveed Bhai's question, like the first question, whatever he asked, I just want to add a step in it that, like in group policy, if there's a default domain policy, right? Uh, so in default domain policy, you can deploy any kind of policy to everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you, like, if you are deploying, suppose 100 100 clients, same application, can you deploy from the default domain policy?
Yes. Yes, it can be.
So that means the topic we are now going to like discuss, whatever, like virtualization, no, sorry, desktop virtualization. So
Application virtualization.
application, sorry, yeah, application virtualization. So is it a substitute of a default domain policy, I can say?
No, 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 it's not. It's not. Okay, I'll explain that. I'll explain that. So both of your questions are related, and before I can answer these questions, Naveed, you may ask a question as well.
I asked you my both
Sorry,
questions,
sorry,
sir.
Zishan.
Yeah, sir, my question is related to this. I'm just asking this MS Office which you are installing. So, are we installing on this dummy laptop or are we installing with this ESXi host?
Yes, MS Office we are installing in the client machine, not on the
Oh,
ESXi host. Yes.
so it means, sir, the the login ID and password which the dummy X laptop which client is using, when we enter, so we have to install this MS Office on that particular machine, right?
Okay. Okay. So I mean, I think we are mixing two different applications. So this dummy laptop, in case of desktop virtualization, if we have a desktop virtualization, then everything will be installed on the virtual client that is installed on the ESXi host. Okay. But in
Right.
this case, there is no desktop virtualization. They just provided you this laptop. Everything will be installed on the laptop.
Okay.
Okay. So two separate infrastructure, desktop
And
virtualization and application virtualization.
sir,
Yes.
with the console, the client is using with all these applications, right?
The client is using all these application with the console
Entering the with the console, and then he is using all PowerPoint, Excel, everything.
on the laptop. Yes.
Yeah. The dummy laptop which the company is giving to the client, so they are going to install everything before giving to the client, right, sir?
Exactly. Exactly. That's how it is.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So first of all, guys, I appreciate your questions. I appreciate your question, Naveed and Alamgir. Your questions are all related to group policy. Okay. So since, this is what we have learned in group policy. In group policy, mostly group policy. So let's understand this. First of all, group policy is not an application virtualization tool. Okay. So, I just want to clear that, clear from your mind that group policy has a very small part in application virtualization, and that is a very small software deployment. Group policy is mainly used for security purpose. Okay, mainly used to allow or restrict security within the network. So allow or restrict security permissions. Group policy is not used for application virtualization. Yes, there is that one option where you can automatically deploy a software, but group policy is not an application virtualization. Here, we are talking about a professional enterprise level application virtualization tool. So first of all, my request will be for both of you to, or everyone here, and I know your questions are there because we have learned it. We have learned it. This is, we are trying to relate this to whatever we have learned. So I just wanted to clear that confusion. Group policy is not an application virtualization tool. Group policy is mainly required for security restrictions. So in all of the organization, none of the company is using group policy for software deployment. Yes, in the beginning, when server 2008 was launched. So 2008 was launched. Before that, it was server 2003. Before that, it was server 2000. And then after 2000, there was server 2012, and now server 2016 and 2019. guys, at this point, there was not enough, I mean, at this 2000, Windows Server 2000, 2003, 2008, there was not enough application virtualization at that point. I mean, at that time. So for that reason, Microsoft added that small piece of software deployment in group policy, but it's not a professional level. I mean, whenever you can, if you ever need to deploy something through a group policy, that is only, that will do a very small job of deploying a very small software. Group policy cannot handle a software like this where you have multiple softwares that needs to be installed at the same time. Okay, so first that clarification. Since group policy is not used for application virtualization, so do not confuse it with the default domain policy or the other policies that are inside. First, let's clear that out. So this is number one. Number two is number two, since group policy is only used for security and it is not used for, so what is the professional or enterprise level virtualization tool? Guys, that tool is known as XenApp. So if I can show you XenApp, XenApp is a full-fledged application, and it's not a cheap application. It's an expensive tool for a company to keep. So XenApp is a complete tool that is used by, so this is Citrix XenApp and desktop virtualization. And Citrix Virtual App is an application software tool produced by a Citrix system that allows Windows application to be accessed via individual devices. And if you can see the architecture, it has a complete architecture of itself. It has a complete set of servers. It has a NetScaler, it has a gateway, storefront, and then XenApp desktop application. So it has a complete infrastructure where you virtualize this software, and it's an expensive infrastructure. Now with that, I wanted to make this point that in a small network of 100 computers, or maybe in a small network of 100 clients, I would say 100 to 250 clients, company cannot afford this application virtualization. In a small network of this clients, even in 400 or maybe 300 clients or 400 clients, companies would instead of using application virtualization, companies would do individual application installation. So in this small network, you cannot think of application virtualization. So the concept that we are trying to understand here, this is a very expensive solution, and this is only for large enterprises where you have thousands of clients and you need to manage the hundreds of applications in them. Okay, so for a small company with 100 clients, 200 clients, it would be better for these organizations. I mean, not better is not the right word. It is actually the right thing for them to do for application deployment is individual applications in installation. So which is installing MS Office individually on all machines, because you don't have to do installation every day for applications. Remember that once you install, it just keeps on going. So for that reason, small organization, application virtualization is not required there. Application virtualization is only required for very large organizations. Okay, Naveed and Alamgir, does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much
Yes,
for your
sir.
explanation. That's
Thank
great.
you.
Okay, excellent. Now, so here, guys, we discussed about the problem, but we just need to see what is the solution for this. So in a large organization, everyone, in a large organization, and I need your attention, everyone, we need to understand application virtualization. I want you to explain it back to me that what is application virtualization, and also I want you to explain it back to me what is desktop virtualization, what have we understood with the desktop virtualization. And servers virtualization, we already know. For servers virtualization, we buy a physical server, and then within a physical server, we install virtual machines. In desktop virtualization, we still buy a physical server, but we install hundreds of Windows 10 machines in them and then provide it to the client. The advantage of desktop virtualization that you don't have to go to each client separately and then fix it. Your desktops are in your environment and you will be able to fix them right there. And then next morning when the user logs in, we'll get a fresh client machine. In application virtualization, this is what happens, guys. In application virtualization, what we do, and we need to understand that you still have to deploy a software. So let's go on to this.
So
White.
sorry, if
Yes,
you
please
can
go ahead.
go, if you can go to page 12, please.
Page 12, yes.
So in this, the right side environment, we use a Zen application, right?
Here we will use Zen application, yes.
Yeah. Can you write on up there
Okay,
because I'm just taking the note.
okay. So here this is, so application virtualization will be done by Zen app. This will be either done by Zen app or it will be, so if it is Citrix, it will be done by Zen app. If it is Microsoft, it will be done by AppView. So AppView is Microsoft software and Zen app is a Citrix software. So this is, I would say, Citrix, and this one is Microsoft. Okay, now let's understand quickly what is application virtualization, guys. Application virtualization is done in this manner. So in application virtualization, what happens is, let's say I need to deploy a new application on a client machines. So let me bring a client machine here. So client machine number 1 and client machine number 2. In order to install application on a client machine, there are two ways. Number one is the one way we all know, that you will log into this client machine directly. So manual installation, this is, let's say, application 1. This needs to be used in your organization. So application 1 needs to be installed and used in your organization. So the requirement is, application 1 needs to be installed in your organization. So two ways. Number one, manual installation, manual install. So manual install is, manual install will be very simple, as we do in our computer. You will log into each computer. So log into client, log into client number 1 and insert the CD and install. And once it is installed, client can use it. User ready to use the app. So this is normal way of application installation. This is called manual install. But in that, you'll have to do it manually, one by one, on all machines. Guys, this is known as normal application use. But what is application virtualization? Now let's understand application virtualization. Now, application virtualization is, so I'll give you a high level picture of this so that we can understand. First of all, we all know, I've just shown you that Zen app is a complete infrastructure. So first of all, we install one server. This will be a Zen app server. So I'll give you high level steps here. So this will be called a Zen app server. In the Zen app server, what we do, we follow these all steps. So in the Zen app server, we will take this application and we install the application on this server. So let's I need your attention here, everyone. So install application, first of all, on the server. So we are not talking about clients at the moment. So I install the application on the server, and then once the application is installed, I will package this. So first of all, install the application. Second, package the application. So now next question, you might have a question that how do you package it, guys? That is part of all Zen app. So Zen app certified people or Zen app specialist will install the application. They will package the application. And once the application is packaged, it will look like this. So it will look like a package. So this is packed now. So this application is packed. Now what happens is that this application will be provided as is to the client machines. So this means that you install the application and now it is virtualized. So in this. So and then how would clients use it? So let's say client number 1, client number 2, and client number 3. So client number 1 and client number 2, client number 3, they would just log into their desktop machines, and they will first of all connect to a Citrix client, and Citrix client would let them connect to the Citrix servers. So first Citrix client, they will connect. So first of all, connect to Citrix client connection. And once they are connected, application will be provided to this client. So number 2, this is the application that is being provided. So that is the same application that is being provided, and the user will use that application. So in here, the user is using that application, and same goes for number 2 as well. So second user will connect, and so will connect. So here, second user is connected, and application will be provided to this user. And the third user will do exactly the same thing. So third user doesn't need this application. So in XenApp server, we have packaged all the applications within the XenApp server. So the second application is sitting right here. So this is second application, and it is also packaged. So this third user doesn't require this application, requires another application. So user will again send a connection, connect to XenApp server, and user will be provided this third application as a packaged application. Now, what is the big advantage in this? Guys, the big advantage is this: with application virtualization, in these machines, you don't have to install all these applications. So these machines are normal Windows machine, and they don't have MS Office, they don't have all these applications. This user will use that application, and once done, close that application, it is deleted from this machine. So user won't have that application. So this type of application usage is known as application virtualization, in which user does not have to install the application, but can use a packaged application. So here the advantage of application virtualization: no need to install on client machine. So no need to install on the client machine. User will just use it from the server. Client PC, number 1. So this is one advantage. And user will use the application directly from the server and return to the server. Okay, so this is, guys, exactly like leasing something. So you leased that application, you are given that application, you used it. So like MS Word, user need to create a document. You will create a document using here, and then once you're done, it is returned to the user. There is no hassle on installing that application on the client machine, number 1. So you never installed anything. So there won't be any issue with the application or the laptop. And this application, you used it, and then once used, it returned back. So nowadays, an example of this is OneDrive. So if you're
Yeah,
using, yes, I'll take your question in a moment. If you're using OneDrive from Microsoft, this is all, it's exactly like this virtual application. This the Zoom meeting we are using, it is also a virtualized application. You're not installing anything. It's a very small piece of connection software. In this Zoom meeting, we have a connection software, but the main application is virtualized. It is given to us. We are connected. Once you close it, that is given back to the server. So there is no load on our machine. All the load is on the server. Yes, please go ahead, Alamgir.
yes, sir. You said yeah, Zen app server, right? So that means it will be a total application server.
It will be a Zen server in which we install all the applications. So if you meant by install have application server, yes, it means that all the applications will be installed on the Zen server. Yes.
Sir, I have one confusion I want to share. Sir, previous slide you talk about this host virtualization, desktop virtualization,
Mm-hmm.
right, sir? So why don't we install this on desktop virtualization and then all the user can, use this application?
Very good thinking. Very good
Yeah.
question. So everyone, the question is that why can't we just install, since our desktops are already virtualized? Why can't we have all the applications on the desktops and then provide it to the users? Yes, this can be done as well. But again, as I said, that application virtualization is used in large, very large environments. So one concern might be in large environment where you have to handle 80,000 machines or maybe 50,000 machines. If you install all these applications, first of all, not all of the applications are required on all of the clients. So let's say a finance application is not required for all of your clients. Call center application is only required for a specified number of, or maybe one small group. So for that reason, not all of the applications can be deployed on all these. But if all of the employees are using one common application, that is always part of this. So for example, MS Office will always be part of this, instead of application virtualization. But yes, this is a right question, and your thinking is right, that if it is a small number of application, they should be deployed on the desktop and provided to the user.
And one more thing I want to ask, sir, like in a small organization where 200 or 150 user, so will they install, sir, physically application or like through virtually? Like for example, if client needs Microsoft Excel or something, so will they install physically, like bring the system and then install, or like
Exactly,
virtually?
exactly.
Yeah.
Very good. Another very good question. So, in a small organization, would we go for application virtualization, or we still go for a manual installation? So, yes, we go with manual installation in a small organization. Why? Because this application virtualization infrastructure is costly. So, as just shown you that here you need all these servers here. So these servers, and then Zenap licenses, then their front end, then they have a Netscaler as their gateway appliance. So it's a huge big infrastructure, and most of the time these Citrix admins and Citrix specialists, they charge really they I mean they are expensive resources. So yes, it is only required in large organizations. Small network, manual installation. All companies go with manual installation.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Question.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Question.
Naveed, go ahead, please.
Okay, sir, you mentioned that in application virtualization, we install the app on a Zen app server, and then we take an application, we install it, and once the app is installed, we package it. Once it is packaged, it is provided to the client's machine, so the user can log in through Citrix, and app will be provided to the client, right?
Right. Right.
My question to you is how it is provided to a client machine once it is packaged, or once after it is packaged on the server.
Right. So in order to provide that to the client machine, the clients will be provided instructions. So for example, if I need to use MS Word on my desktop, I will have a shortcut of MS Word. As soon as I double click on that shortcut, that automatically creates a connection between Citrix and requests the server, I need that application, and Citrix will automatically provide that software to you. So if you are part
Okay.
of that
Yeah.
organization, so it's really, I mean, for a user, it's everything is transparent. User thinks that application is installed on the machine, but really it's not installed, it is coming from the server.
Okay. Oh, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so this is why it is made user friendly. So when you are working in those organizations, you might see a small icon on the corner of your machine saying Citrix apps. So Citrix apps, as soon as you connect, it brings the application to you, you will use it, and it is given back to the server. Okay, so excellent, guys. These are three different type of virtualizations that we need to understand. First one is servers virtualization that we already know that we are working on. Second one is desktop virtualization, where desktop machines are virtualized. So, and the main advantage of desktop excuse me, main advantage of desktop virtualization is that your complete infrastructure is in the company's hand. And again, guys, these three, all three types of virtualization is not for a small organization. These are enterprise level tools, and this is why these are paid. I mean, people who are specialists of these applications are paid really well in the I mean in the organizations. So application virtualization, desktop virtualization, and servers virtualization. Okay, so guys, now with this, what we have covered so far, this is what we have covered. We have covered servers virtualization, desktop virtualization, application virtualization. Also, we have also covered a virtualization types, which is type 1 and type 2. Sorry, virtualization is all based on hypervisor. We know that. Hypervisor, which is of two types, type 1, type 2. We all know that. What is type 1 and type 2 hypervisor? Type 1 hypervisor directly works off the hardware. Type 1 hypervisor directly installed on hardware. Whereas type 2 hypervisor requires an operating system. So, Alamgir, do you have an example of type 1 hypervisor?
Uh, like EXI host and
Yes, ESXi host. Very good.
I think uh, Microsoft's Hyper-V is also
Type 1
uh,
hypervisor.
yeah.
Yes, so it is said to be type 1 hypervisor when it is installed with a core server. When it is installed with a core server. Okay. Type 2 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor. Um, so Faz, can you tell me what is type 2 hypervisor example?
Yes, sir. Normal VMware, sir.
Type 2 hypervisor, VMware
Hello,
workstation.
can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you. We can hear
Yeah.
you.
Normal, sir, VMware Workstation is a type 2 hypervisor.
Very good, very good. VMware,
And Hyper-V is also another kind of type 2 hypervisor because it's
it
installed on
requires
top of
Windows.
yeah.
Okay, very good, excellent. So guys, here, excellent. So this is, so we started with VMware virtualization.
Sorry, sir. Sir, Hyper-V is not type 1 hypervisor?
Hyper-V is both type 1 and type 2. If Hyper-V is installed on core server, then it becomes a type 1 hypervisor. If Hyper-V is installed on full server installation, you know, full server with desktop, with everything, then it is considered as type 2 hypervisor.
Okay, okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Um, so you need to, if somebody if somebody asks you that question in the interview, you need to explain that. So Hyper-V is type 1 hypervisor because core server is a very small installation. Remember that when you install any server, there is a core server, and especially when you install server 2016, there is a desktop experience and a core server installation. So core server is a small, very small, thin layer of operating system. On that Hyper-V will be installed. Okay. So VMware virtualization, guys, VMware virtualization, we are learning servers virtualization, and the software we are working with vSphere ESXi host. Now vSphere ESXi host, and in this training, we need to become an expert of vSphere ESXi host and vCenter both. So servers virtualization, we need to be an expert of vSphere ESXi host and plus vCenter. vSphere ESXi host is the main hypervisor of within, so it's a main enterprise level hypervisor. It's a main enterprise level hypervisor, and on this, this is used in in all of the companies where VMware virtualization is used. So vCenter, it's a central management tool for managing 2 or more ESXi hosts. Used and deployed in all the organizations. So what is required for installation? You do need a CD or ISO, and the ISO is called VMvisor. So VMvisor CD, you can download it from VMware website. VMware website, and the versions of ESXi hosts are 5.1, 5.5, and 7. So these are all of the different versions that are available. So in order to log in order to the client, ESXi host clients, Faz, your mic is on. ESXi host. Okay, so here, ESXi host clients are, 2 clients are there. So number 1, HTML web client. And number 2, DCUI. So once connected, we can use HTML5 client by, how do you connect? We will use the IP address. Guys, this is all the information that we already know. So I am taking time to basically review all this information because I want this to be on your fingertips, guys. Everyone, please, this needs to be on our fingertips. This all information is required for the interview. So if you ever go for VMware interview, this is the main information that you need to understand, and plus everything else that we need to go through. So this is not a waste of time. I'm going through this information because this is very important information. I mean, I hope that everyone is repeating after me. So, I mean, yes, you can sit back and just see what I'm doing, or you can also take a rough page and keep on writing this information. Whatever I'm writing, even in good writing, bad writing, typing it somewhere, retype it, guys, because you're retyping it. It is registered. It is registering. So this is why I am reviewing all this information. Guys, DCUI, it stands for Direct Console User Interface. So Direct Console User Interface, with this, we can do basic configuration. So basic configuration such as IP address, DNS, reset password, that's it. And rest of the management will be done through, all management will be done through HTML client. So what can we do as a management? So two ESXi host management tools, and the purpose of ESXi, is to host virtual machines. Host virtual machines. Okay. And vCenter, it's a central management tool to manage two or more ESXi hosts, mostly used in large organizations. Because the license is expensive. This is not used in smaller organizations. Alamgir, you can go ahead, question.
So, sir, DCUI is I mean, ESXi machine is like is a
This is
DCUI.
DCUI. This is called DCUI.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is, whenever somebody says what is DCUI, always this picture automatically comes into your mind. When you directly log into ESXi host, this is known as DCUI. But when we log in from a Windows machine or any other machine and we are trying to log in, here I am on the server, which is, this is called HTML5 client. So I'm
Okay.
logging in. This is known as HTML5. When you directly log in, that is DCUI.
Okay, sir. It's clearing now. Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
Nambai, can you go back to the Word document, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so central management tool to manage two or more ESXi hosts, mostly used in large organization. Guys, remember, vCenter is not used in an environment where you have two or three ESXi hosts. I mean, two or three ESXi hosts, maybe two ESXi hosts a company can manage individually. But vCenter is used in large organization like banks use vCenter. So large organization where you have maybe let's say five or more ESXi hosts. The definition is that you can use vCenter with two ESXi hosts. And why am I saying that small organization doesn't require vCenter? Guys, because vCenter is expensive, and the the features that we learn in vCenter, you will see those features are applicable in large organizations. So for a smaller organization, it doesn't make sense for them to have a vCenter license and have vCenter. In a small organization where they have one or two ESXi hosts, they can just manage ESXi host individually separately. So here, mostly used in large organizations. Number one, vCenter is installed as an appliance. So appliance, the definition of appliance. The definition of appliance is it's a ready-made software. It's a ready-made installed software application. Appliance is it's a ready-made installed software. I mean, what is a ready-made software installed software, guys? Remember that in vCenter, what happens is this complete architecture, this complete vCenter architecture. I mean, you haven't seen a Windows-based vCenter. In Windows-based vCenter, we have to do everything separately. But here, what happens is this vCenter is installed is installed as an application. So appliance is any software that is ready-made, that is already installed, and all you need to do is to just deploy that appliance. Just deploy that appliance, and it becomes a virtual machine. So for now, here we will be working with maybe one or two appliances in this training as well later on. But here, just remember that appliance is a ready-made software. So how do you differentiate between appliance and a normal software? So ESXi is a normal software. So this ESXi host is a normal software. And how do you install ESXi, guys? We all know that you do need a CD. You do need a CD. You create a virtual machine, then you do need a CD. Then you install, then run that CD setup. And remember that how we installed ESXi host. So we had to install ESXi host. Then we had to configure the IP address and the password and everything. So that is basically a full software installation where vCenter or appliance like these, most of the settings are automatically done. You just need to do some basic settings. Okay, so vCenter is an appliance in 6.7. After 6.5, ready-made installed software. It is known as VCSA.
Basically, sir, it's a kind of application form. You just need to write down your name and address, right?
Exactly, exactly. It is known as VCSA. Basically, you just need to, yeah, exactly, make it customized according to your organization. Otherwise, the complete software is installed already. It is known as VCSA, and VCSA stands for vCenter Server Appliance. vCenter Server Appliance. So ESXi host and vCenter server appliance, guys, this is where we did the installation last time. So what I will do, I will connect to one of your machines and we'll go through vCenter software, vCenter, exploring vCenter, what is in the vCenter and how do we install it. Installation is done in 2 stages. Stage 1 and stage 2. So stage 1 is basically extracting the files. Extracting the installation files, and stage 2 is a vCenter configuration. vCenter configuration. Guys, here always remember that vCenter is a management software that is installed in our network. So going back to So vCenter is right here. So always keep this picture in mind where vCenter is managing these ESXi hosts. So this is ESXi host 1, this is ESXi host 2, and this is ESXi host 3. Each ESXi host has VMs, and you can manage each ESXi host separately. I can manage this one separately, and this one separately, this one separately. But with vCenter, it is managing, you can manage all ESXi hosts from one console. So this is centralized management of complete virtual infrastructure. So when you're managing this ESXi host, multiple ESXi hosts, guys. So your question might be how many ESXi hosts we can manage from vCenter. I mean, we know that we can. So we know that we can manage 1,000 ESXi host from vCenter. But your question is that in real environments, how many have I seen that how many ESXi hosts being managed from this? Guys, in TD Bank, we were managing how many? Around 200 ESXi host, 200 ESXi hosts from three different vCenters. So those 200 were divided into three vCenters. And in Rogers, it was like at that time when I used to work for Roger long time back. And Roger is a telecom, huge big telecom company. People who are not aware of what Rogers is. So Rogers we were managing like 400 ESXi hosts. So 400 ESXi hosts. So in a normal environment, yes, vCenter can support 1,000 ESXi hosts, but not. But normally you will be seeing 150, 200 ESXi hosts being managed, and in each host there will be around maybe 20 to 30 VMs sitting inside each host. Faz, yes, go ahead. Your question.
Yes, sir. My question is, uh, when you shared that diagram, sir, vCenter is sitting on top of vSphere, and the vSphere is on top of ESXi host. So what is a vSphere? Is this the another name for vCenter server?
Yes, so vSphere is the ESXi host. So when they refer to vSphere, they are just referring to this host here. The ESXi host. So this server is known as vSphere. So I'm saying that we have one vSphere host. So vSphere is this host. So in diagram, whenever they refer to vSphere, they refer to ESXi host.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. You're most welcome. And so Naveed has another question saying that TD200 ESXi host and how many VMs? Yes, so in each ESXi host, you can say there are around, I mean, that depends on organization to organization. In that, since TD Bank has many different branches, so the branches that we were working for was for the TD branches, the TD bank branches all around Ontario. So meaning that in each vCenter there were around 2 or 3 ESXi hosts, and each ESXi host there were around maybe 6 or 7 VMs in each ESXi host. And this is an architecture for branches. I mean, you can understand that in a branch, how many servers are required in one branch? Because there are 3 or 4 teller machines, then there are few offices there. So there is not a huge big requirement in each branch for many servers. But for each branch, there was an ESXi, dedicated ESXi host, and inside the dedicated ESXi host, there were few VMs. So to answer your question, with ESXi host, how many VMs were being made? I would say, so altogether, there were around maybe 4,000 VMs throughout that province. Okay, so guys here, so far, so this is the installation. Now let's look at this. Naveed, do you have your vCenter completely installed?
Yes, sir, I do have,
Okay.
but I have completed still stage 1.
Oh, stage 2 is not. So,
No.
who has stage 2 and complete installation? I need to just show you around within the vCenter. I need to share a screen. I mean, somebody needs to share a screen who has a complete vCenter installation.
Yeah, I think Bhattibai and Wasim has in their systems.
Okay. So, Alamgir, do you want to share your screen, or you're taking notes on your screen?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. What do you say?
Do you have a complete vCenter installation? Question number 1.
Yes, sir. I did it.
Okay, very good. Can I log in? I mean, I need to log into your machine to let's do basic configuration of vCenter.
Sure, sir. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So guys, please complete the vCenter installation. So number 1, number 2, guys, I reviewed everything that we have covered so far. We are moving slow on this. We are moving a bit slow. I understand that this is this is a bit difficult technology. So, but I want you to stay focused on understanding these concepts, and also please do the home labs as well. So Alamgir, whenever you're ready, let me know.
Yes, sir. You need to.
Oh, I need team viewer, because I cannot take control of VMs inside. Do you have team viewer or you use other
Yes.
software?
Yeah, I have TeamViewer.
Okay, let's do team viewer.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So
so
my ID is 1728.
okay, just a second. So what is it?
1728949 253,
Okay,
and the password is C28W6U.
okay, thank you.
Sir, I
One
have a question.
one more time password. One more time.
C28,
C2 number 8.
yeah, W6U.
W6U. No, the
Yes,
letter U.
yeah.
Okay. Yes, Wasim, please go ahead.
Sir, when we create vCenter server under ESXi host, right? Right now, like we are doing under one ESXi host, we are creating one vCenter server. Okay.
Just a second.
But in real life, in real environment, I mean, in the big organizations, how we do if we have 100 servers to make under the ESXi host? So do we have to do one by one? Sir, can you hear me? Your voice is very fast.
Yes, I can hear you.
Mhm.
Okay, just a second, because you know what's happening. The team viewer is repeating our voice, so we need to mute the team viewer voice. Just a second. I think this can be muted right from team viewer. Okay, now we can hear. Okay, Wasim, can you please repeat your question? Sorry about that.
So, sir, like right now, we all are doing creating one vCenter server, VCSA server under the ESXi host. Okay, but in real environment, if I have to build 100 servers under ESXi host, how we do it? One by one, or there is some tool that we should use?
Yes. So in the real environment, if we have to build 100 servers in ESXi host, basically that will be done individually, first of all. So it will be done one by one. Servers are always installed one by one. Okay.
Okay.
But they are, even if they are in hundreds or thousands, all servers require planning and designing before. So let's say TD Bank is thinking of deploying 100 new servers. So before 100 new servers, we will go through the planning and designing. Why do we need servers? What applications would go there? So that would require 3 to 4 months or maybe 6 months of planning before we can go for 100 server deployment. Because 100 server deployment means that you are expanding your network, finances are required too, and all that. So to answer that question, yes, they will be first of all deployed manually, but they will be deployed in transitions. So small projects, for all of the server, there will be a small projects for requirements, analysis, and then deployment, and then the application deployment.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So you're most welcome. So everyone, this is where we are in the vCenter. So before understanding vCenter, everyone, Zishan, is my voice echoing? It's still echoing because I...
To Zoom, enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Yes, sir. There is distortion in your voice, sir.
But not for me, sir. Your voice is so clear.
Okay. Okay. So... and
Now
Naveed,
it's okay, sir. Now
okay.
it's okay, but when you were talking to Wasim bhai, so there is distortion in your voice.
Okay. Okay. Now is it okay?
I put the encryption.
This meeting ID does not exist.
Okay.
Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Okay, so Alamgir, I'm using your machine. So if you feel like any voice distortion, anyone, just let me know. Okay.
Sir, I cannot hear you.
Oh, you cannot hear me?
The volume is very low. I cannot hear.
Okay, the volume is low because what I did on your machine, we did, hold on. So this is audio settings.
Volume is full, but I think it's TeamViewer. That's why.
Okay, just a quick setting here. We just muted the mic. So, oh, your speaker is off.
I think once, yeah.
So you're connected to your for the speaker. You're connected from here, right? So can you hear me now?
I think with the. Give me 1 second. I think I was connected with the Zoom. That's why.
You're still connected to Zoom. So this Zoom is open on your other screen. Alamgir, can you hear me? Okay, Alamgir is not able to hear me.
So I think so the team viewer might be overlaying his volume. So you might want to actually go and just minimize the volume. Like right, if you open the tray icon where the team viewer is on the side, and just mute it from there instead of actually muting it from the thing.
So I am muting it from the team viewer, not muting it.
Yeah, so if you can mute it from, you see the headphones right here, right beside the camera?
Yeah.
Just go over there and actually try to mute it from there.
Okay.
And you know where you actually went, can you go unmute it from where you were? Because I think so it's overlaying the sound now, right?
Okay.
So the overlay is actually blocked for him. Okay, that should be good. And we can just mute it right here. Okay. Can you hear us now, maybe?
I can hear you. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, I think so. Everybody else should be able to hear you.
Okay.
But does Alamgir Bhai hear you or not?
Yes. So, Alamgir, are you able to hear us?
Sir, Alamgir just called me. He is going to call you on the Zoom. Okay. I
Okay.
told him to mute all the mics and then connect you on the phone so that he can join the conference. You can do your work on his computer. Just give him a 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
Second thing, sir, before extending this console, can you please make sure if the session is being recorded?
Yeah. Yes. This is recorded. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So guys, since go for a break. Yes, in few minutes we'll go for a break, everyone. So let's quickly have a look at this. So there is nothing new as of till now. So what we did what we did yes, what we did so far, we installed ESXi host and we know how to connect to our ESXi host. And in order to connect to our ESXi host, all we did was using Chrome or Firefox, and we can connect right from there. So in order to connect to ESXi host, we can connect from right here. So this is ESXi host, and okay, so this is not working. The team viewer is not working for us. So I'm gonna do it on my own machine. Okay. So in here, I am connecting to ESXi host, everyone, which is this one. And let's connect to one of our ESXi host. Now in ESXi host, what happens is, I think all of you are able to hear my voice properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so right here I'm on the ESXi host, and connecting to an ESXi host is really simple. All we need to do is to complete the basic configuration. Alamgir, you're logged in from your phone right now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's clear. Before it was not clear, Alamgir.
No, sir. I am back to Zoom's Zoom.
Really?
Yeah,
So
because I.
your
Sorry.
yeah, your voice is clearer from before.
Yes, sir. Because I think there was a conflict of Zoom and TeamViewer, right? That's
Okay,
why.
yes, the audio sound. So
Yeah.
then who just logged in from the phone? 647-207-1974.
This is my number. I did too, because I
Okay,
spoke to Wasim Bhai and he said
okay, okay,
logged in.
that's fine, that's fine. So, okay. So what we can do is, are you using, you were using that other tool as well. What was that other tool? For remote tool.
It was
It was called
Arrow
some
admin,
Arrow admin.
Arrow. Yes, sir.
Yes. If you can switch that on, then we can convert. So while you set up Arrow admin, we can just look at this host. So I'm in the host here, everyone. And within the host, we can see that there are virtual machines, there is storage, and then there is networking. So for the storage, we have seen that a little bit where we added a disk last time, and then what we did within the disk, what we did in the formatted the disk, and once the disk is formatted, it becomes a data store. So we have some kind of idea understanding the storage, the basic storage here. There is a full chapter on understanding the enterprise level storage. That's a different thing. But here, what we need to understand is that there are, how do you add a disk to ESXi host? Okay, so adding a disk to a ESXi host was simple. Right click on the ESXi host, add a disk. Once the disk is added, it comes into devices. And once it is in devices, you can create a new data store and it can become a disk where you can store everything. Guys, today we also need to look at the networking part. So networking part, there are few things that we need to understand on networking. And so Alamgir, just keep Arrow admin ready. So after the break, we'll look at the vCenter. So what is the time now? 4 minutes, we'll go for a break. In 4 minutes, we are going for a break. So guys, in terms of networking, we need to understand virtual virtual switch concepts. Virtual switch concepts in that how networking works in a ESXi host. So in order to understand networking, I need to go onto a board, and we will be going for a break in like 3 minutes. So understanding networking, guys, before the break, let's understand the basics of networking that we already know. We all know basics of networking is that we have machines. So what is the basic definition of a network is that when you have two or more machines connected, two or more computers connected together is known as network. So the computer number one connected to computer number two. So when two or more, so one computer is not known as a network. Two computers, when they are connected together, is known as a network. And in order to connect these machines together, we connect to a device called a switch. Guys, I think by now we are all an expert of understanding this basic network, because we repeated that, I think, a huge number of times, if not thousands of times. We have repeated that information. So in order to connect two computers together, we need a switch. And with the switch, you can connect many computers together. So normally when you go into the market and buy a switch, the switch you can buy from are anywhere from 8-port switch to 64 port switch. So which means that this switch can be either 8-port switch, 24-port switch. So this depends on how much ports are there on the switch. So it is anywhere from 8-port switch to goes up to 64-port switch. So there can be these number of ports. So what if you have more than 64 computers to be connected, then we add another switch. So we connect switch to switch, and then we connect to another switch. So that connects the different type of switches. Now, have you ever seen a switch? Have you ever seen a switch? Yes, guys, every day we are seeing a switch. The switch is at our home. So the router that you receive from ISP for internet is a switch too. So in that router, there are ports. So normally that is just 4-port switch. In that 3 or 4-port switch, you can connect 3 or 4 physical devices as well. And most of the time we are connected to Wi-Fi. So that is a network too. So basic definition of a network is when two or more computers connected together. Two or more computers. Now, computers can be servers or a client machine. Two or more computers connected together is known as a network. So which means that anytime when you need a network, you must have a switch. So without a switch, you cannot connect two or more computers together. You must have a switch. Long time back, we used to connect just two computers together. I remember in the beginning, like maybe 20 years back when we started with networking, we used to connect two computers together. So that required a cross cable. So we call it a cross cable, where you can directly connect two computers together. But now that is not required nowadays, because we have Wi-Fi everywhere. You don't need a wire for two computers to be connected together. Okay, so this is a basic definition of. From here we will take our networking concepts to ESXi host level. And so let's take a 10 minutes break here, guys, and right after 10 minutes we will continue.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
are you also taking break for tea, or I can take you a couple of minutes?
No, you can ask me questions.
Okay, so the question is, during the installation, there are two stages, right?
Right.
So let's see, I finished my first stage, and the second stage is halfway done, and I lost everything, like my computer shut down, whatever happened, right? How do I go and retrieve the second stage installation?
Okay, yes. So in that, guys, everyone, this is a very good question for everyone to understand, that what if after first stage it is not available? What if first stage, so I'm on second stage now, let's say it is dropped in the middle. Are you able to hear my voice? Because I'm hearing my voice back for some reason. I
Sir,
don't
I
know.
can hear you
Okay.
absolutely fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just look at this quick question. Let's say if the installation is crashed in the middle, or for any reason you're not able to go there, all you need to do is to go to the vCenter link that was provided at the end of the installation. So, and I will show you that right here. So if I can go back here, yes, I had this issue as well. And in this, what happens is this was the stage 1 installation going on, and right after that I mean CPU was sitting at 94% while vCenter is being installed. And right here at the end, when everything was installed, here it says if you exit, you can continue with vCenter setup at any time by logging into vCenter using this link. I know it's a bit blur, but the way we can connect to a vCenter, HTTPS and the IP address and the port number 5480. So this is the way we can start stage 2 at any point. So for example, if I want to start now in this environment, I've completed stage 1. And if I want to start from stage 2, all I need to do is go to this link. So 192.168.10.40 colon the port number. So this is the port number for vCenter where we need to connect to complete stage 2. So here, when I say this, then it will try to connect to vCenter configuration, and we'll start from stage 2.
That's great, sir. Thank you. Because I had an issue because yesterday I spent more than 8 hours on this lab.
Oh.
So even though I made it successfully, but I had different kinds of error messages during the second stage or first stage installation. Mm-hmm. And I have gone through all the VMware portals and forums. I try to fix them, but in some other times I'll show you and share with you those errors.
Okay, sure.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Even it took me like I think 10 hours for reinstalling vCenter again and again and again, because the problem is that it takes a long time for, if there is less space. I had some space issues on my desk. I still have to clean that. So I had to redo this for like 3 or 4 times, and still it gave me an error message at the end. I will do that in this week because we have to do that. So here, this is stage 2. This is stage 2. And instead of installing in stage 1, here it says install. But in here, it is it says here setup. So once you do the setup, you need to provide the username password. This is the password that you set up for vCenter on stage 1. So now it starts from stage 2 here.
That's good to know.
Yes. So, but normally, vCenter installation, when it is interrupted in between stage 2, you cannot go back. So most of the time when it crashes in between this installation, if it is completed in one go, then it is good. But if it is crashed, then you'll have to redo stage 1 as well.
And sir, one more thing is, yesterday, most of the time I spent just to run through the FQDN, right?
Okay.
That's why I was getting lots of error.
Right.
And I was not, even still, I'm not able to do it through FQDN, but I can do it from the IP address, right? But is this like what is the industry standard? Like go with the IP or?
Yes, normally during the install, we go with the IP, and later, once we connect it to Active Directory, then we can fix the FQDN issue. So during the installation, just go with IP and complete the installation. And once it is done, then we can always go back and fix the DNS issue as well.
Great, sir. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Nanbai, can I interrupt as well?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I was on the step, like literally the one right after this, the SSO configuration. So now do I just create a name at pass.local, something like that?
Yes. So I'll park that question, and this is for everyone, and I need to explain what is SSO. So I'm glad that you asked the question. So right after the break is finished, everyone is back, then I'll reply back. Okay.
Okay, okay, sounds good.
Okay. Very good.
So, sir, SSO isn't your domain name, the local domain name that you have to connect your machine with the same domain?
No, 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 no.
No.
SSO
Okay.
SSO needs to be a vSphere's own domain to start with.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so which means that when once you go onto that screen, if I'm able to go here, so here in blur, in really I mean it's really grayed out here. It says vsphere.local. So
Right.
it is written here. So that is the domain name that we need to put in.
No, so is it going to be interrelated with like the our or like our domain with Windows or no at all?
It will be connected to our domain later on, but to start with, we do need this domain name here.
So
So
I
what
mean,
happened if
the
I put
pass.local
the
doesn't
domain?
need to come in here, essentially, right? Sorry to interrupt, but like the pass.local doesn't need to come in here, does it?
No, for the basic first installation on this step, we need to have this name here, vsphere.local.
Oh, okay.
Sir,
Sounds good.
we did our local domain.
So that will create a
Cloud.local,
problem.
360 cloud.
Yes, that will create a problem because then you have two same domain names here. Okay, let's
That's what
discuss that
I
after
was
the break,
wondering.
guys. Because some of the guys are not here, and Abdullah is asking that is the break started. I think let's do now. So I'll extend
Sounds
that to 5 minutes because it's already already 2 minutes gone, 8 minutes gone. So now 5 minutes break, everyone. Just freshen up break.
Okay.
sounds good. Are we still on, right?
Okay, guys, let's begin. Welcome back after the break. Some very important concepts we are going through. Please type yes in the chat window if you're present, everyone. So what do we need to do here? We need to understand few concepts about vCenter. vCenter installation it happens in two stages, stage one and stage two. And in stage two, it asks for this domain name, SSO domain name. What SSO domain name is, it is known as single sign-on domain name, everyone. This is called a single sign-on domain name. And single sign-on domain name, by default, it's a domain name of vSphere. It's a by default domain name of vCenter. And so the name that we need to use is this one or any other name other than that. I mean, other than your Active Directory name, this name has to be a different name. It can be abc.local, it can be any other name, but normally we use vsphere.local, which is a default domain name for this vCenter installation.
Sir, so if we have installed, is there any way we can repair this?
I don't think so, because since this is security related issue, this is a security related configuration. You cannot change this. Maybe there might be a way. Maybe you can look at it on the. I mean, I won't even try that. I won't even try it. Even if there is a room for renaming a domain, guys, remember this domain, whenever this SSO domain comes, SSO stands for single sign-on domain. It is related to security. So, I mean, this part of vCenter installation or even active, it's equal to Active Directory. Active Directory domain or this domain is almost the same thing. And if there is any problem with SSO domain, it will be a problem with everything else within all the permission, all securities in vCenter. So for
So,
that reason, we won't risk changing the name. We'll recreate everything.
so sir, if we have a like a snapshot on the completion of uh,
Stage one.
like one like point one, so from there we can repair it.
Yes, if you have a snapshot of ESXi host. So remember the snapshot you need of ESXi host on stage one, not just the server. You have snapshot of both.
No, just for the
Yes.
just
So
for
so so that's a common that's another common mistake that we normally do, because vCenter is sitting on ESXi host here. So whenever you need to take a snapshot of stage one or stage two, you have to take it for the ESXi host. If you don't have it, then I would say you need to recreate the environment.
Another question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Uh, I want to ask you, like, it's for me basically because I have done the stage one. So, in order to continue with stage two, where do I have to go to start with this stage to complete the installation?
Okay, very good. So in order to start with stage two, you need to type this URL into your browser. So if you open the browser, from the browser, just type this URL https:// and the IP address that you assign to vCenter. But this is colon this number 5480. This is the port number on which you connect to. So this will restart from stage two installation.
Okay, thank you, Sanbhai.
Okay, you're most welcome. So guys, remember, this is the part that is different now. What is the problem if we have used the Active Directory domain name here? Guys, the problem with that is because vCenter is an individual entity. vCenter is an individual application. It has its own security. It has its own username and everything. So for that reason, it cannot be the same as your Active Directory. So on the same server, we have Active Directory as well, well, or maybe in the same network you have your own Active Directory. And Active Directory, we all know that in order to view the Active Directory, we can go to tools here, and within the tools we can go to Active Directory users and computer. So Active Directory users and computer has its own domain. So this is our Active Directory domain, whereas vCenter has its own domain. So if we use the same name as your Active Directory domain, then both will conflict and they both won't work properly. So Active Directory will work individually. This will work individually. Guys, for that reason, we cannot use Active Directory. But then your question might be, then how can we connect vCenter to Active Directory, which we will do later on. We have to connect because we need Active Directory users to log into vCenter as well. So this is why we need to have two separate domains. So here, this is why we use vsphere.local instead of using any other name. I mean, you can use abc.local, xyz.local, anything. So you can use anything here, guys, but when you come onto this screen, whenever you come onto the screen in gray, it's in grayed out words, it is written vsphere.local. So this is why we just keep the same name that going with the book, that we should keep vsphere.local as a domain name. And also the password will be, the username will be administrator, and the password will be these, whatever password you're setting. Remember, SSO password is very, very important. SSO password is encrypted. I mean, all passwords are encrypted, but this is the only time where you have this option to set up this password. If you forget this password, then there is no way you can get this password back. So this is a very important part where you need to write that password somewhere, that you using that software, that password for this. Okay.
So is it the same different password than other than the while we are installing the root
Yes,
password?
yes. Root password, guys. Root password will be the password of the VM. Remember that. So in this case, so the VM, in order to log into directly to the VM. So if I am on ESXi host, and since VCSA is a new VM that is created inside this domain. So inside the domain, if I go to the virtual machines here, in virtual machines, I can see this appliance will be installed right here. So this is, okay, I'm going to the appliance here, and this is actually the cloud appliance. So when you complete stage 1 and stage 2, this is where it is installed. So in order to, so root password is the password to log into this appliance. So if I go in here, this is basically the appliance that is installed, and the root password is for that. And vCenter administration has a user account of administrator plus the password. So that is for the vCenter administrator. But in order to log into the server, we need to use the root account.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
so this pane is called like appliance, or this machine, or this console?
Yes, this machine is called an appliance. So once it is installed, now this is known as that you have installed an appliance, and the appliance name is vCenter Server Appliance.
Sir, I have done first step, but I'm putting the port and all, but I'm not getting, sir, the first step. How? Can you please check my system, sir?
Okay, just a second here. So I'll check your machine, Dishan.
Not
I'll
clear.
check
Yeah.
your machine. Just give me a
Thank you.
minute here. So guys, let's recap what we are trying to understand here, because our information is scattered everywhere. Let's actually bring it to one place just for understanding. So guys, this is what we did, and this is what needs to be done now. So let's understand here. So what we did, we installed one one Windows server. We also installed, guys, I need your attention. This is a very simple concept, and we just need to understand that in this manner. So guys, here we have Windows server. We had ESXi host to start with. So we had two servers. So this was our Windows machine, and this is my ESXi host. right? So this is my ESXi host to start with. So managing one ESXi host is not an issue. All you need to do is to install one ESXi host, you set up the password, and then we connect directly from here using HTML client. So HTML5 client, we connect into this console and log in with root password and connect with this client and manage it. Okay, so this was understandable to everyone. Now, since we installed vCenter, what happened? Sorry, vCenter. In order to install vCenter, before we used to have two types of vCenter: Windows vCenter and appliance vCenter. Windows vCenter is not used anymore. Only appliance-based vCenter is required now. And Abdullah asked a question: price-wise, which one is cheaper, appliance or the vCenter? So price-wise, is appliance is always cheaper. Remember that we discussed in the last lecture that in Windows based vCenter you have to buy a server, you have to buy Windows license as well, and then you install appliance on that. So just removing, just not using the physical server and the Windows license, that is also a lot of cost cutting in I mean difference between appliance and Windows 7, between a Windows based installation. Otherwise, the vCenter license is exactly the same. So vCenter license pricing is same. But you're not have to pay. You don't have to pay for Windows licenses in appliance. Okay. So that we now understand. Now let's bring. So why do we need vCenter, everyone? Why do we need vCenter? So here. We can Abdullah has another question on that. Say, what if we use a VM instead of a physical server? Yes. So even if we use a VM instead of a physical server, you still have to get a Windows license, right? And so for that reason, you're also even VM. So yes, you don't have to buy a physical server, but VM, in the VM you still need a Windows license, and that will be that there will be an extra cost on that. Otherwise, vCenter license is exactly the same as appliance or vCenter installed on a Windows server. Okay, so guys, the first question is, why do we need a vCenter? Guys, we need a vCenter now because in our environment, let's think for a second that in our environment, you're most welcome, Abdullah. In our environment, guys, I need your attention. I need your attention here. So in our environment, let's say we have now 6 ESXi hosts. So one ESXi host, second ESXi host, and these are all of the ESXi hosts. So let's say we have all these ESXi hosts that we need to manage. So if we have so many ESXi hosts that we need to manage, in order to manage all the hosts from one console, we need a vCenter. So we need a software called vCenter. So we need a software called a vCenter. So vCenter will be that software from which now we can manage all of the, so keep that picture in mind. That this is why we are installing vCenter, so that we can manage all ESXi hosts from the same location. So that is why we need vCenter, number one. Now, in order to have vCenter installed, vCenter installation went into two-stage installation. So one is basically the basic installation. vCenter is one was stage one and one was stage two. In stage one, so in stage one of the installation, we did basic settings, and it was mostly the extraction of installation setup files. And stage two of the installation, guys, stage two, where we have to set up the SSO account. So SSO account, SSO stands for single sign-on domain. So this is, So guys, single sign-on domain, and single sign-on domain, we can use any domain name, but here for based on the documentation, we should use this domain. I mean, there is no technical requirement for this. You can have your own domain name here. Naveed, do you have a question?
Sorry, sir, I forgot to lower it down. My apologies.
It's okay. It's okay. No problem.
Sir,
So,
can I ask a question?
yes, please go ahead.
Sir, this vCenter, is this HTML based? Like I can log in through my Windows 10 and see these 7, 8 ESXi host?
Yes, it is. It is HTML based, and you can see the vCenter. You can log into the vCenter from your client machine, provided your client machine is on the same network.
Sir, what do you mean by same network?
Same network meaning that in VMware Workstation, there is one network in this, that where we are using 192.168.10.40 IP address, and your network card on your laptop is different, right? So you need to have your laptop on the same network, then you will be able to connect to vCenter from your laptop. Or you're just saying that any client machine that is virtual, I mean, you install Windows 10 and you will be able to manage connect to vCenter.
That's my question is.
Okay, yes, it can be. It just needs a browser. It just needs Chrome or Firefox. That's it. Anywhere.
That's it. And then I can start managing all ESXi hosts.
Yes, exactly. So it can be done. Okay.
Okay, thanks. I was confused. That's why I asked you.
Okay, sure. So we can, so everyone look at this. So in stage 2, it requires SSO login. SSO is nothing but a domain name that that is created specially for vCenter, and it has vSphere.local domain name, and the password is administrator.
So sir, basically vSphere.local is a by default domain name for SSO. That's it.
Yes, by default domain name for SSO for vCenter.
Okay. It's for vCenter, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So this we need to remember. If you haven't done that, and everyone, and if you have completed your vCenter installation, I'm sorry to say that you need to redo the complete vCenter installation and use this domain name. Because later on we will be connecting this with the Active Directory, and Active Directory and this domain name cannot be the same. So it will give you an error message, and I will show you later on. So for now, do not remove your domain, because I still need to show you the vCenter in Alamgir's machine. Later on, you can remove this vCenter and recreate stage 1 and stage 2. Okay, now let's understand the user accounts that are used in this. So Faz asked this question, that what is the difference between a root account and administrator account? Why are we using two different accounts in the same vCenter? So guys, this is very simple to understand. It's just two different accounts to log into the vCenter. What happens is that that when we install a vCenter, so when we install a vCenter, what we need to do is that within the vCenter, so first of all, it is an appliance. So first of all, this vCenter is an appliance, and it is a VM inside the ESXi host. So we have just seen that once you install this appliance, this becomes a, so I would say this becomes a VM inside ESXi host. So this becomes a VM here. And if I can change the color of this. So this becomes a VM. So inside this ESXi.
Can you rephrase it again, sir?
Sorry?
Can you rephrase it again, sir?
Re what? Sorry, I missed that.
Sir, he wants to repeat whatever you said.
Can you repeat this again, sir? VMware machine again.
Okay, sure. I'll repeat that.
Because the voice was, I think, was
distorted,
coming in and out for a time being, so that I couldn't listen at that time.
Okay, that's fine. So what happens is, guys, we need to understand it. So is this concept clear to everyone, that vCenter is a VM sitting inside ESXi host? Please type yes in the chat window if this concept is 100% clear, that it's a VM sitting inside ESXi host. It's nothing but a simple VM. Okay, so everyone understands that it's a VM that is sitting inside ESXi host. Okay, and before that, where was it, guys? This was in the CD. So this was just a ISO image. before this, and we need to have that understanding that before that it was just an image here. So it was an ISO, and that ISO, and before ISO it was a CD. Before ISO, I mean, long time back when we used to install vCenter, it used to be a CD, and now all the CDs are converted to ISO. And now that ISO, that when we installed, it went through stage 1 and stage 2, and then this same ISO is now converted into this VM. So now this VM is known as VCSA. And if I can show you the ESXi host, in the ESXi host, it's sitting right here. It is sitting right here within virtual machines. So you are here in ESXi host and you are in virtual machines, and within virtual machine, it is here, and this is here, it's running. So this is running ESXi host. So there shouldn't be any confusion in this, that this is just a VM that is sitting inside. Okay. So now the question is, what is root account and what is administrator account? Guys, root account is always an account for a Linux machine. So all of the Windows machines, all the Windows machine by default, administration account is known as administrator. So on all of the Windows machine, but on all of the Linux machines, all of the Linux machines and Unix machines. So Linux and Unix operating system, this default administration account is always known as a root account. Okay. So since this VCSA is a Linux base, so by default administration account is known as root account. So this is why the first time when you install this machine or ESXi host, both of these, their default administration account will always be a root account. So that is root account. So whenever we need to log into the DCUI console, we will always use root account. So which means that if I need to go here and I need to log into this console. So where did I get this console? I got this console right from here. I'm on the ESXi host where it created my VCSA, and this is my VCSA. And if I click on this, it opens the console. So this is known as VCSA DCUI console. So on this console, whenever I need to log in into this console, I've just clicked inside and I clicked enter on this. And if I press F2 on this, it is still blank. But basically here, this is your DCUI. And whenever I log into this, this is known as that I am using root account. Why am I using root account? Because that's the only way to get into the DCUI console. But guys, whenever you log into the vCenter, because vCenter is a management appliance, vCenter has its own domain and password inside other than root account. So for that reason, when we create on stage 2, in stage 2, we create SSO login, and SSO administration account is administrator. Okay, so here now we just need to understand that in order to log in directly to the VM, we will use root account, but in order to manage vCenter, we will use the SSO domain account. And that is known as administrator. So that's the only difference we need to remember. When you directly log into DCUI, we will use a root account to do the basic configuration. Now your question might be that how often do we need to log into DCUI? Guys, once it is configured, I think for years and years, you don't need to log into the DCUI console, because you just need to set up the IP address and the name, and that's it. So after that, maybe you probably, when after 1 or 2 years, you need to upgrade it to a newer system, then you might be able, need to log in. But even the upgrade will be done from vCenter. So everything will be done from vCenter. Normally, we don't log into DCUI console. So guys, here, this is vCenter. And it was a bit slow, but on the vCenter, it is also looking for root account. So when you need to directly log into the VM on DCUI, we will use root account. Whereas when you manage vCenter from HTML client, we will use the administrator account for SSO login. So this is only for the vCenter account. So this is that. So guys, by next week, please try to reinstall vCenter again. And so vCenter goes to stage 1 and stage 2. Guys, without installing vCenter, I'm 100% sure you'll always be confused. So please, next week, I know Wasim, Alamgir, and some of you already tried. Ashish already tried to install vCenter, and some of you are stuck on stage one. Guys, please, in before the next lecture, please install full vCenter.
I'm actually doing the second part right now. It's at 67%.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Right, so in here, I think I've initiated that too here on my screen. And guys, patience, 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 patience is required for this, guys. Again, one more time, if you're feeling that this training is difficult, guys, it's the difficult things that pay well. Simple things don't pay well. So that's the basic idea in this world. Difficult that the things that are difficult, the certifications that are difficult to reach are always they will be a bit difficult, but guys, as we have seen with all these different technologies that we have learned, failover cluster, active directory, it is just that you just need to go through that one or two or three times, and that's it. So once you go through these this type of scenario one, two, or three times, I mean that's all what it takes to become an expert on any tool. Okay, so stage two installation is going on. Let's see that if it goes well. Okay, so guys, what we need to do now is we are trying to understand networking in this next 1 hour. I need your full attention in understanding networking in this next 1 hour. Here, let's type that down. That we are now trying to understand networking.
But I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
You mentioned about the root account and Linux because when in the job description they ask for VMware, sometimes they see they need the Linux. Is that related to Linux right now, or is this
Sometimes they do what?
during the work experience when you're gonna work in the job description you apply for VMware they need the Linux, but as you know VMware is the Windows base for virtualization. Just like wondering, why?
No,
Yeah.
no, no. Linux is not required for VMware. So yes, in cloud technologies, sometimes they do say that if you know Linux, that a person who has worked on Linux is preferred. But Linux is not required in VMware, and and we don't need. I mean, we do need to understand that how do we log into Linux? Just basic commands, but even if when they ask me in interviews, what do you know about Linux? I straightforward tell them, I'm not a Linux expert, but I can just do some basic commands on Linux. So that is not our field of specialty. But
Okay.
if you have certification, that will be excellent. But it's not required for our field.
Okay. But when you talk about the CentOS and Red Hat, did you remember you explained for the Linux base for the operating system? Is that different from the VMware right now we work?
Yes, yes. So everyone, it is a good question. For everyone's understanding, since I said that when we install ESXi host, so when I install the ESXi host, I said this ESXi host is based on Linux. So and this is how much relationship we are going to have to Linux. I mean, not more than this. So we won't be running any Linux commands on these, we don't need to become an expert. So ESXi host and vCenter is all handled from the vCenter, and vCenter is all GUI, which is graphical user interface. I mean, all managed by this command line, all managed by mouse. So not you don't have to become an expert on Linux, but if you can, I mean, by watching few videos, learn few basic commands, and I will share with you when we prepare for job market. So that much of basic information is required for in the job market for Linux. Okay. So everyone, this setup is going on. This is stage 2 of Vcenter, and trust me, for me, it failed many times. And yesterday alone, if I can show you, I recorded all that, and I was working till I think 4 or 5 a.m. just waiting for this to complete. And guys, this only happens in this virtual environment because we are in the nested environment, nested virtualization environment. On a real server, this might not take like maybe 5 minutes or even less than 5 minutes to complete all that. But since we are in the nested, I'm in workstation, then in the workstation, we have ESXi host. In the ESXi host, we are trying to create a very complex application, which is known as VCSA as a client. So this is why it just gives us this challenge. But guys, once it is installed and configured, it is exactly like the real environment. So my humble advice, humble, HUMBLE, guys, humble advice, do not get frustrated if it fails after 2 hours. Please don't. IT admins, we don't get frustrated. This is rule number 1. Even in biggest disaster in IT, and your managers and everyone is standing and looking at your face, yes, automatically, naturally, you cannot control few things. But guys, even in that pressured situation, they want to see you happy. Trust me. I mean, maybe it might be, you might not, I mean, you might not, it might not make sense. That's something I remember many situations where I was used to be an exchange admin, and being an exchange admin, sitting there and exchange, guys, exchange email services. Think of Gmail going down right now, Gmail going down right now. What happens to your email? I mean, we all will be frustrated, saying that, and we will be all after Gmail, sending them email, calling them, and so guys, exchange, when it goes down in real organization, in organization like Rogers or Bell or Dell, it's a huge big thing, because when email is down, even the exact everyone is directly affected. So CEO is affected, your VP is affected, everyone is affected right away. So if those people are not effective, then it's fine. If let's say if one PC is going down and that one PC is for one manager, that is fine. That manager, how much he can escalate that. But if email is going down for the CEO, it's a huge thing. So it happened with me as well, and it might happen with you. So try to stay calm. And this is the practice of staying calm. So if this installation fails after 2 hours or 3 hours, don't get frustrated. Just try doing it again, start the installation again, step out, get a drink or something, just walk around, come back, or maybe leave it for the night and next day work on it. So the first is rule is never get frustrated. Faz, what's your question? Faz, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. I've got a problem, sir. I have to switch from one computer to another.
Okay.
I was just asking, sir, about basic Linux, sir. Is it very difficult to learn, and how much time
No,
does it
it's
take, sir,
not. It's not
to learn
difficult to
basic
learn.
Linux?
It's really simple. All we need to do is to stay focused. For example, in order to see a directory, there is a command called ls. Ls is a command to just see what is in the folder. In order to copy, the command is cp source file and destination file. I mean, these are very simple basic command. In order to see the IP address, it's just the same as ipconfig, I mean, commands like these. This is not very difficult. We will learn that few basic commands so that you will be able to say in the interview, yes, I worked on Linux, but I'm not a specialist. And that is what they need to hear. Instead of, no, I don't know about Linux and I will never learn about Linux. And yes, if you throw me out of the building, under the bus, I will never ever learn Linux. So they don't want to hear anything of that. They just need to know that yes, you know basics and you are ready to learn if it is taught to you. Okay, excellent.
Thank you,
Guys,
sir.
you're most welcome, everyone. So everyone, stay calm and cool while going through this training. I am talking to you guys individually as well. So sometime I do, and I'm getting this vibe in the group that this training is this training is difficult. Okay, so guys, even if this training is difficult, stop talking about being this difficult. Okay, we must need to do it. We have to do it. Think of focus on $50 an hour, $60 an hour, $70 an hour, $80 an hour. You won't be able to reach it without going through this difficulty. Okay, I'm here to make it as simple as possible. Even when I go faster, you need to run with me. You need to run with me because the environment is running. You need to, the environment is already running, meaning everybody is running. So slow people cannot, it will be very difficult for any slow individual to enter. You need to start running now. So what is start running? What do I refer by start running? Let's say I ask you to do a vCenter installation. Okay, I asked you to do a vCenter installation, guys. So vCenter installation, so there are two ways. One way is that you expect me as a teacher to provide you everything, step by step, everything. This is one way of doing it. This is one way of doing it, that please give me a lab. You didn't give me a lab, and there was no lab. There was no step by step. And how can I do it? What do you expect from me? Guys, this is one side. But guys, after being here for 4 months, after being through this boot camp, this commando type of training that we are going through, we do need that commando gorilla type of attitude, go-getter attitude, where, because in just 3 to 4 months, we will be applying for jobs, and you will be sitting in front of the managers who can just look at your face and understand that are you a new, or are you an experienced IT professional. Okay, for that reason, we need to have that guerrilla mindset. So if I'm saying vCenter installation needs to be done, you need to do it and complete it by however possible way you can do it. Watch YouTube videos. If you find an expert, just call him. Can we meet for 2 minutes in Tim Hortons? Yes, start with 2 minutes and take 2 hours. That's fine. You have to be, then you can, buy them a drink or buy them coffee, buy them whatever they want. Guys, gorilla type of attitude is you need to accomplish this, which is required. Yes, I am here. We will be doing everything together as well for you, for everything. But now is the time that we need to do it. So for the people, I especially request for the people who are stuck with stage 1. So it's been 2 days. Why stage 1 is not over? Yes, you might be busy. You might be here and there, guys. We need to focus on $50 an hour, guys. $50 an hour, meaning around $9,000 per month. If it is a contract and you're excluding expenses, you still get $7,000 $7,000 in your pocket after expenses and everything. So keep in mind.
Plus 13% HST, sir, on top of $9,000.
13% HST. Yes.
Yeah. Then you will claim your expenses.
Yes.
So it become, if you talk about 9,000, it become 11,000 something.
Yes. Very good. Yes. Yes. So it is a respectable amount, guys. It is a respectable amount. So for that, it is time now for a gorilla attitude. Are we are we in agreement, everyone, for this, or am I expecting too much from everyone?
Sir, I like your attitude. That's it.
Okay, excellent.
Agreed.
Hey, ask a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So after we log in, like after the thing is done, right? I go to the vSphere thing. So is it going to be like administrator at the rate of vSphere the thing basically for logging in?
Yes. So once you
administrator at vSphere.local essentially.
Exactly. So the username, once this is all done, and your stage 2 is done, finished?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So if that
Do you
is
want to
done,
see it?
yes, just in a moment, so all you need to do is to type, okay, yeah, share your screen, please, so everyone can see it. So everyone, excellent, very good. By next week, we all need vCenter ready. So before the next lecture. Okay, so let me allow you. So you can share your screen, Ashish. So now here, yes, excelente, very good. So this is the vSphere vCenter console, everyone. And here you need to type administrator @vsphere.local. So just type administrator @vsphere.local. The other
Does it
sphere.
matter?
So it's the other sphere. Yeah.
So we'll have to go by our own domain, right? Whatever we have created.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. And you can type the
I just
password.
realized what you were saying.
Yes, that's fair.
And this Windows authentication is that MFA that we use, right? Essentially.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Okay, so once you're logged in, so this is the main console of vCenter. But before that, before going into that, please open another tab. So please open another tab, and in this tab, please type here HTTPS and 192.168, the vCenter IP address with the port number. So when you go with the port number, there we configure vCenter. So with the port number, not without the port number. Yes. So your vCenter IP address probably might be 40 or something. No, this is ESXi host, and vCenter is in your ESXi host. Oh, it's 55.
Yeah, sorry, I muted it. Yeah, it's 55, right?
Okay,
Actually, that's what I created it for.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, 55. And what was the port number again on that one? Sorry.
It was
5480, sir.
5480. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, here login. Here you need to use a root. Yes, here, because when you log in with the port, you're directly logging into the server. And here we do basic configuration. But when you log into, okay, so here on this screen, this shows the basic configuration. Now let's go to the other link as well. So now you have two tabs open.
I gave you control.
Okay, you gave me a control. Yeah, you know, the problem with this is that my mic, this mouse doesn't work properly with this, but I'll try. Okay, so right here we have two tabs. One tab is directly logging into, so it's not working for me. You'll have to drive it. Okay, so this one tab, everyone, this tab is main vCenter console where we will be working every day. Okay, so when you are typing the domain name right here, I mean, on the address bar, you see that there is a domain name which is zone for sphere that Ashish used this for. But so, I mean, that is your VCSA server name. So this server name, when you are on this console, this is the console where we work on. And can you move on to the next tab? The next tab is the main vCenter configuration window. So on this window, first of all, in the summary screen, it's showing you, can you expand the screen, please? And also change the zoom out. So go to, yeah, so make it a smaller. No, not here.
Oh.
In the Firefox, So
what was it? Control minus.
yes. Okay, so that's fine. So this is a this is a vCenter main screen, guys. So I think Abdullah, you have worked on the previous version of vCenter, which was, I think, vCenter 5.1, 5.5. In that it was different. Now here after 6.5 and 6.7, on 6.7 it's different. So this is the main screen where you can see the vCenter single sign on domain name is vSphere, and here everything is in good health. So CPU is good, memory is good, database is good, storage is good, swap memory is good, and on top it's also showing you the version. Can you go to click on monitor, please, on the side? So on the monitor you can, so this is giving you basic monitoring of this, and here, just like performance monitor, it shows you the disk and networking and database tabs here on the right side, where it says CPU, memory, network. Can you please go to access, next one? Within access, it is showing you that these types of access are enabled. So SSH login is enabled. Later on, we will be using SSH to log into vCenter. DCUI is enabled. Let's say if here we double click and here click on edit, please. If we disable the DCUI access, so that means, please disable it and disable and click OK. So if we disable it, it means that no one will be able to log in directly onto the VM. So if you're already logged into ESXi host, so go to, can you connect to ESXi host at the same time in another tab, please? So once you log in, you can go to virtual machines, and within virtual machines, in order to get to DCUI, we need to get to virtual machines and then click on virtual machines. So that is where that is DCUI. Since we have disabled it, let's see that if we can log into that. So virtual machines, here you can click on this and then click on the console. So right here, let's see if you can log in. So click inside and try to press F2. It's not letting you do it, right? I mean,
No, it's not actually.
okay,
It's pretty much stuck.
right. So it means that we disabled the DCUI access. So going back to that tab, the first tab, which is the second tab, sorry, second tab. Here, guys, just to show you that this is the main vCenter configuration console. On this console, we can allow access. We can, yeah, you can enable this, please. And you can enable this access and click OK. And in the networking section, go to the networking, and here it shows you the IP addresses that we set on. In the firewall, you can set up the firewall rules. Next one is the firewall. Firewall. So we don't make any changes at the moment in this vCenter. Next one is time sync. Then the next one is services of vCenter. So in the services, it is very important, guys, that the important services should be running. So can you go at the top in services? Yeah, and just click on state, the last one, the state. So there is name, startup type, health, and state.
No.
Just click on state, and the started services are showing up here. So in started services, as you can see, these are all started services, and within started services, these services are important for vCenter. So sometimes the most important service here, can you go up, please? And the most important service is vCenter server service. So let's see, it comes, where is the vCenter? And the licensing service is important. The fourth one service is license service. If this service is stopped, the vCenter will not work. And if you go down, there is a monitoring service. Let's find vCenter server service. So there is this one, yes, this one, the upper one. Yeah, this one. So this service is the main vCenter service. Guys, sometime what happens is previously vCenter used to not work. vCenter doesn't used to work. And so what we need to do, we need to come back here and restart the service. So here you can restart the server. Restarting means that it will restart the vCenter services without restarting the server. So sometime in order to troubleshoot, you do need to come here and make some changes. So have you restarted this? It is restarting now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so restarting means that it will try to fix it. Okay, uh, so guys, for basic uh, vCenter configuration, we go with this. If you can look at the address bar is showing HTTP 192.168.100.55:5480. So when you go with this address, it will take you to the basic vCenter configuration. But if you go with directly server and DNS name, which is the first tab, so if you click on the first tab, please. So first tab here, this is the main vCenter configuration where we will add all of the ESXi host next week. So next week, in the next lecture, we will be adding host. We will be creating the data center in this server. We will be adding the host. We will be start managing all this. So the two things to remember. One is if you go with direct IP address without port number, that will take you to the vCenter management. If you go with the port number, that will take you to the vCenter configuration. So vCenter configuration is with the port number, vCenter management is without the port number. Okay, excellent, very good. So that's very good that you have already installed. Maybe if you want to take snapshots of this, there will be, I think that might help you, but that will take a disk space on your machine. But otherwise it's good that now your vCenter environment is in stable condition where you can add more ESXi host. If anything goes wrong, you can move back to the snapshot and everything will be there. Okay. So
Anamay, I have a question.
yes, please go ahead.
How do you uninstall this vCenter? Is that possible?
Uninstalling, no. So uninstalling is not possible. What you can do if you want to clean that up, just delete the VM. Delete going into ESXi host and right click on that VM and delete that VCSA appliance and everything will be gone.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen now here. Thank you, Ashish, for
No problem. Thank you.
excellent. So as you can see in my side, I still have this error message, and sometimes you do go into these error messages. I know on that, and this error message is really, I mean, in a general error message, it's not giving me anything. It's just saying error occurred while starting service analytics. But I know that it is due to, I think this is due to my C drive. So here, if I can show you that my C drive and D drive is almost full here. So this is showing actually. So I need to clean my system up for this, and this is just due to lack of resources. So I'm going to fix that, and I'm going to install that before the next lecture. Okay. Excellent. Good, everyone. So let's understand basic networking here. And so in the basic networking, what we are trying to understand, we do know that basic networking is two or more computers connected together is known as a network, number one. Is known as a network, number one. In order to connect computers together, that includes clients and servers, we need a device called a switch. We need a device called a switch. So how many components do we need to know in order to connect a computer? Computer. So how many devices? Computer. We do need computer. That might be Spanish. Okay, computers. Network. On the computer, we need a network card. So on each computer, guys, in just 10 minutes, this will all make sense. I know that you might be thinking that why am I repeating this basic information? I mean, we all know that. So this will make sense because in networking in VMware, it's a little bit more than this. So, so what we are trying to relate is what we are trying to relate everyone, and I need your attention. I need your attention. I need your attention, guys. So, in order to relate this to our real life experience, we need to first understand what do we already know, and then on top of that, we will start building our networking knowledge. So, so guys, in order to connect network, we need computers. We do need network interface card on each computer, number one, and then we do need a networking cable. We do need a networking cable, and then we do need a switch as well. So I would say 24 port switch. I mean, I'm just saying that based on the networking that you require, it's a small network, can be a 4-port switch, 8-port switch, 12-port switch, 16-port switch, and yes, and also RJ45 Ethernet cable. So these are, yes, RJ45 cables. Good remembering. So guys, these are the things that are required in the real networking. And once you have these things, you can connect them together. So guys, this is known as physical network. Now, what is required in the virtual network? In the virtual network, so this is virtual networking. So here, I'm going to say this is physical networking requirement, and now comes to virtual networking requirement. Guys, in virtual networking requirement, we do need the only exception to cable. We don't need a cable because everything is connected inside a server. Other than that, we need all these things. So we don't need a cable because everything is connected inside a machine. You do need computers. You do need a network card in your virtual machine, and you do need a switch as well. So it might not be. It might not. There might not. So there is no limit in number of ports. So there is no limit in the number of ports. You can have a switch as big as 2,000 ports or 1,000 port switch. So, but you do need a switch. So taking
Adnan bhai,
yes, please go ahead.
I have a question. For the physical network, we need Ethernet and Internet, but for virtual network, we just need Internet. Am I right?
For physical network, we do need what?
Ethernet.
We do need Ethernet, yes. So when computers are connected through cables, that is known as it's a Ethernet network.
And for the virtual network, it's going to be Internet for connection?
No, virtual network is just a virtual network because taking the example of VMware Workstation. So let's look at this VMware Workstation. In VMware Workstation, we don't have cable and we don't have, I mean, you don't even need internet. It's just the internal network of VMware Workstation. So if I go to edit, virtual network editor, here it shows me basic networking of this our VMware Workstation. Remember that in this it shows us that how many switches are there and what are the IP addresses on the switches. So here at this point it is showing me that I have two types of switches here enabled. So one is host only switch, the other one is NAT switch. And if we need internet, we can add another switch which is known as bridge switch, and then we can add another network card. Okay, So to answer your question, for virtual network, internet is not necessary. It's just that the switch must be a virtual switch that is connecting your virtual machines. Okay.
And we don't have Ethernet.
Sir, the switches will switches or anything will be added through EXI host, right?
So yes, if it is a VMware workstation network, so switches will be in VMware workstation. So in here, so switches are considered as part of VMware workstation. But if these are ESXi host, then in the ESXi host, we can see the switches in this manner. So if I can go right here and log into our ESXi host, they are present under networking. So under networking, we can see all the virtual switches. So depending on what application you're using in virtual for virtualization, it has its own switches. So remember that in Hyper-V, it has its own switches. There was something called private switch and a public internal or external switch. Private, internal, and external switch. Whereas in ESXi, it has its virtual switches right here. So one default switch that is present, that is known as vSwitch 0. So we can create more switches on top of that. Okay, so now let's now continue in understanding this concept. So far everything is understandable. So far we know that just like a physical network, in virtual network you do need computer, you do need network cards, you do need a switch, then you can connect them together. Example is VMware Workstation. VMware Workstation has its own switches. So in VMware Workstation, the switches are bridged and host only, and that we can see with our within our here within VMware Workstation. If I right click on any VM and go to settings, in the setting it will show me three different type of switches, actually four different type of switches. It shows me host only, it also shows me bridged, and it also shows me NAT, and the third one is custom switch that I can make. So it is still trying to open here. So in here, it shows me, so any type of networking cannot work without switches. So in ESXi host, the switch that we use, we will name that switch, and these switches are known as vSwitch. So here you can see if I go to network adapter, here these are the switches that are part of ESXi host. So in ESXi host, I can use a bridge switch, and bridge switch, we use it for internet, right? And then we can also use NAT. Normally we use NAT switch for all the normal VMs communication. And then I can use a custom switch, which I can create custom, and LAN segment is just a separate part of the switch. So, I mean, there are these all different options here available even in VMware Workstation. In ESXi host, we need to build switches based on our own requirements. So if we go to networking, in virtual switch, we can find one switch is already there. This is how our machines are connected together. So before even creating the switch, we need to understand some basics here.
Sir, I have a question here.
Please go ahead.
So VNet is also it's a switch, right?
VNet, VNet. Where have you heard the word VNet?
If you, I think if you go to back on the same page.
Okay, just a second.
Sir, VNet 0 is a ESXi host own switch.
Okay, so VNet, right here. So I'm on this.
I think if you expand it, maybe.
Okay, I'll click on this.
I just saw it.
There is VLAN. There is actually, why am I asking? Why am I saying that there is VMNIC and there is all that? Because VNet is a Azure cloud technology. So VNet, if it is here, it might be something else. So that's why I'm saying here we have vSwitch and VMNICs and VNICs. VNIC, maybe you might have read VNIC, not VNet.
No.
Okay.
But by the way, VNet is also a switch or what?
VNet is also a switch. Actually, VNet is a switch, but not in this, not in VMware. It is in Azure, so not
Oh,
here.
okay, sir.
Okay, so guys, here, going back to our basic understanding, first of all, we understood that there are physical networking. Guys, everyone, is this understandable? Salim, Zishan, and Human, Faz, everyone, it is understandable. I mean, I'm going slow on this, but we need to have that good grasp of this understanding of virtual networking. So physical networking requirement is you need to have a computer, you need to have a network interface card, you need to have a cable, then you need to have a switch. Any one of these requirement is missing, that computer is considered disconnected, that computer is not connected. But only in Wi-Fi you don't need a cable. So we have our laptop, there is a network card, Wi-Fi network card in our laptop, and that connects to the switch through Wi-Fi on your ISP, the switch that is provided through your ISP. So in virtual networking, you have a computer, you do need a network card and a switch. And in VMware Workstation, there are three types of switches available: NAT, bridged, and host only. In Hyper-V, there are three types of switches available, that is internal, external, and private. Okay, so guys, in VMware, there are two types of switches. Okay, so in VMware ESXi, there are two types of switches. One is known as standard switch, the other one is known as distributed switch. So distributed switch, the other one is known as distributed switch. And so standard switch is just like a normal switch to connect to each ESXi host, to manage and to be connected to each ESXi host. It's a normal switch. It's a normal switch like VMware Workstation switch that connects to each ESXi host. So I'm going to say this is normal virtual switch. That connects to each ESXi host. So guys, which means that if I have 4 ESXi hosts, then how many standard switches do I have? 4. So each ESXi host will have its own standard switch. So each ESXi host will have its own standard switch.
Sir, my question is,
Yes, please go ahead.
my question is like each switch has different ports. For example, 4 hosts are connected to one switch, but you are saying that each and every host will have its own standard switch.
Yes.
Isn't it I think contradictory that like
Okay.
my understanding is each switch has let's suppose 10 ports, so 4 hosts will be connected to that one switch, but in this case you are saying that every host will have its own virtual switch.
Right, right. So
You understand my question, sir?
yes, I do understand your question. Faz, you're actually you're confusing between a physical switch and a virtual switch. So on a physical switch, you have, let's say, 24 ports, and physical switch is connecting to 24 physical servers. So that is right. But inside the ESXi host, which is right here, so this is, I'm inside the ESXi host, I have only one switch here. So that is, if I go to networking here, I'm talking about this switch. So this ESXi host have its own V switch, which is a standard switch, which is this one. And if I go to a second ESXi host, that will have its own switch. So I'm talking about this standard switch. Does that clear your question? Okay? So I'm not talking about physical switch. That is basically I'm talking about each ESXi host will have its own standard switch. So this is its own standard switch. Naveed asked a question. So each switch will be a NAT switch, right? So yes, if you can remember in that sense, that since in VMware Workstation we use a NAT switch, this is like standard switch is like a NAT switch. So this switch will be used for all the VMs that we used inside. So that switch is known as a standard switch. So so if I have six ESXi host, then it means that I have six standard switches in each ESXi host. Okay, so that is, I mean, in order to make it simple. So it's a normal virtual switch that connects to each individual ESXi host. Each ESXi host has its own standard switch. The default name of a standard switch is vSwitch 0. So default name is vSwitch 0. Okay. Now, what is a distributed switch? Guys, distributed switch is one switch that can manage many ESXi host networking with one switch. So distributed switch with one switch. Now, so guys, distributed switch is something to manage many ESXi host networking from one switch. Now, let's understand that from a diagram. So we have two types of switches available in ESXi environment, vSphere environment, and one is known as
I have a
standard switch, and the second one is known as distributed switch. Okay, before Alamgir, your question, Faz, do you have a question? You have a hand raised in the here. Okay, you can lower your hand then. Okay, I will do it. Yes, please go ahead.
So, sir, that means if there are suppose 100 EXI hosts in this one, if one distributed switch, that means all of those hosts will be like on the same network.
Uh, okay, can you, if there are 100 ESXi hosts,
Yeah, and you give a distributor switch, right?
yes,
Distributed switch, as you said that one distributed switch can handle so many like a host, right? So that means all those hosts will be on the same network, right?
yes. So then all will be on the same network, yes. So
Okay,
distributed switch can only be used when you have all the machines in the same network.
okay.
Okay, so guys, let's look at this picture here. So on this picture, we can see that here we have our VMware. Inside VMware host, we have networking. Within the networking, we have, so this is virtual switches. This is virtual switch number one, where two VMs are connected to this virtual switch and two VMs are connected to this virtual switch. With the difference between vCenter, so here we have, So here we have another diagram. So provide interconnection between virtual switches. So we have a physical switch that is connected outside the server that connects the host. So these are ESXi host. And there is this virtual switch that connects to VM. So if we need to manage networking of multiple ESXi hosts from one switch, then we use distributed switch. So individually, each server will have its own switch. So server number 1, server number 2, server number 3, server number 4, and these are all ESXi host, everyone. So these are all ESXi host, and what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand the difference between standard switch and distributed switch.
And then, sir, we assign IPs to all of the switches, right? I mean, all of the servers from one distributed switch,
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
That's it. Yeah. Okay.
So distributed switch, and the difference will be very clear in just a few minutes. So guys, I have these ESXi hosts. This is ESXi host 1, this is ESXi host 2, this is ESXi host 3, this one is 4, this one is 5. Now, each ESXi host has its own individual vSwitch. So it has its own standard switch. So this one has its own standard switch. This one has its own standard switch. This one has its own standard switch. So if I need to manage all the ESXi hosts and their networking, so I have to log into first this ESXi host and manage ports. Let's say I need to open 4 ports on this, and I need to repeat this task on all the 5 VM for 5 ESXi hosts. Then I need to go on to each of the 5 ESXi hosts or more. Maybe I have 50 ESXi hosts and I need to make this one change on all of them. Then if I am not using distributed switch, then I'll have to do that individually on all ESXi hosts. Now there are 2 problems to this. One is, number one, it will take time. So time is a problem. Second problem is human error. So there can be a human error as well. So let's say you are making changes and you're working on each ESXi host for let's say 2 or 3 hours, and now you're tired. So on few of the ESXi hosts, you haven't fixed properly. You haven't made proper changes, and that led to that ESXi host not connected properly to the network. So in order to fix this time and also avoid human errors, what we do is we use a distributed switch. So distributed switch is known as DV switch. So DV, this is also known as DV switch. In DV switch, we will configure those 4 ports, however I need to do it, and then I will connect to this distributed switch to all of the individual switches. So whatever settings I do here will be automatically distributed to all of these switches. This is why it is known as distributed switch. Why? Because whatever changes you do on DV switch will be distributed automatically to all of the ESXi host.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So this distributed switch will use only one particular, like same department or like different department also. For example, if someone in finance and someone is marketing, so this switch is using like different or like same.
Very good question. Excellent question.
Yeah.
So is it used in, it is used in different departments, or it can be used in only one department? So guys, distributed switch can only be used in that circumstances where you have similar settings need to be deployed on the switches. So it cannot be used in places where you have a separate networking setting in finance department, and in call center department you need a separate different type of settings. In that case, distributed switch cannot be used. So distributed switch can only be used where you have similar settings needs to be done across your network or on many ESXi hosts.
Sorry, Adnan, but
So, sir,
I have a question.
so sir, for internet, this standard switch is used, distributed switch is used as which one?
Sorry, what?
For internet distribution.
For internet distribution, Okay, so this doesn't work like that for internet or for local settings, because internet is not enabled on all your sites. Let's say we have three different sites: Toronto site, we have Brampton site, Mississauga site. So internet will be only one of those sites. It might be just your Toronto site, and internet will be open, and that can be connected through just a standard switch. It doesn't need a distributed switch because it will be only one site.
Sorry, Adnan,
Yes, please go ahead.
we have distributing switch for the physical server too, yeah?
In physical networking, distributed switch?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that. Maybe Faz can answer that. Faz did a lot of networking. No,
Sorry, what you are asking?
the question is there any sort
Hello?
of distributed switch in physical networking? Because I know there are switches, there are routers, different type of router, but is
Okay,
there?
I was unable to hear because I was just closing one of the speakers on the other computer, so the voice was out.
Okay, so
Can you rephrase the question again?
in physical networking, is there any sort of distributed switch available or just normal switches?
The normal switches are there only.
Yes, distributed switch doesn't exist in physical networks, but yes, you can do, there are a lot of software management from which you can manage many switches at the same time, but this type distributed switch is not available.
Because switches do not have their IP addresses. The
Right.
main, yeah. So there's no point that we can differentiate one switch or another because we separate the networks through routers only.
Right, exactly.
Only one network, only one IP network will have one switch.
Exactly.
So if there is another network, then it has to be segregated by another router.
That is true. Yes.
So it means each switches has go to the network by router, and they don't have individual IP address for that.
No. Only there is a management IP address, which is a virtual IP address which we give to a switch. That is called VLAN IP address.
Okay.
That is only for management. That is only for management from remote.
Okay.
Remote access.
Okay. Excellent, guys. So let's. From physical networking, Faz, do you have a question? Okay, thank you. So everyone, let's recap what we have learned so far. From Abdullah is asking a question. Every ESXi host has one standard switch and one distributed switch. Is that correct? No. So every ESXi host has by default only one standard switch. So if we can go here, I mean, if we're talking about by default there is only one switch in ESXi host, but we can create more switches as required. So we can have 3 or 4 switches as well. And distributed switch cannot be directly created on ESXi host. Distributed switch can be only deployed on vCenter. So if your company has a vCenter, everyone, if your company has a vCenter, then they can enjoy the benefit of distributed switch. So let's see the benefit. So guys, as you can see, the benefit is there are a lot of benefits for distributed switch. So sometimes you'll have to do one minor change on 150 ESXi host. If you need to do that one minor change, then remember that you'll have to log into each ESXi host exactly like this. So I log into each ESXi host, then I will go to the networking, then I will go to the switch, and within the switch, now I can make changes. So let's say if I'm here and I need to make change, let's say there is something called, if I go to switch details, and not in the switch detail, I need to make, let's say, this one change. I need to change this no to yes. So if I go to security here and I need to change this no to yes, where is the security policy here? It's right here somewhere. Oh, it's right here. And on this, I need to go to actions first. Actually, sorry, I need to go to the settings here. And within settings, I can make any changes to this switch. So let's say here I go down to security, And within security, I can change this reject to accept. And if I do that and save that setting, here now this will be changed from no to yes. So meaning that I need to go, if I need to do so that no is changed to yes now. So if I need to do this on 150 switches, guys, you can think of that how much time it will take. Now, this is a very simple setting. Let's say I need to do 4 or 5 settings on each switch based on our requirement, and I need to go into switch 0 of ESXi host 1 and make all the changes. Let's say change this number to 1800, change this to something else, and then change this nick teaming to something else. And I need to do that 4 or 5 settings on 200 ESXi hosts. Guys, you can think of that how much time it will take, number one. And number two, the biggest issue with that is the human error. So if you forget to do even one change and your network starts working and it is working, so some of the places will be disconnected, or maybe some of the places will be more open than other if you're making any security changes. So guys, in doing that, distributed switch saves a lot of time and also efforts. All you need to do, deploy a distributed switch, make changes whatever you need to make, and then distribute them on all of the switches. And it also helps in fast troubleshooting, because you don't have to troubleshoot on each one of them. You can just go back to distributed switch, see what setting you sent, and you don't have to go on to each ESXi host. So guys, with this discussion, we now learn that in ESXi host there are two types of switches: a standard switch and a distributed switch. A standard switch is the one that exists on each ESXi host on which each of the VMs are connected. So standard switch will be something like this. So here I have an ESXi host by default, and by default, automatically, this switch has a switch inside that is known as vSwitch. So this switch that is sitting here is known as a vSwitch. So this switch is known as a vSwitch. And this switch has, so by default, let's see how many ports are there on the switch. So we can go back to here, and here we can see that if I can cancel this, guys, everyone log into ESXi host from your machine and go to networking. Once you are there, just let me know that that you're logged in, or you're in that screen. I want you to be on that screen, everyone. So let me know in the chat window if you're there, please. Okay, Dishan is there, Salim is there on the. Okay. Okay. So everyone, why is it okay? So maybe you might not be logged in. That's why it's taking time for you to go there. So right here, your Faz is here, Salim is here, Zishan is here. So guys, what do you see total number of ports on this switch? The total number of ports on this switch is right here. So the total number of ports on each standard switch is 2560. So there are 2560 ports available on this switch, which means that you can connect this many connections to this switch. And here on this side, it is showing you the diagram of this switch. So this switch has one physical card connected, which is basically the card that is connected to ESXi host. Guys, always keep in mind that when you're on this screen, you're talking about this server. So this server we are talking about, and this server has only one network card. So if I go into the settings here, I can see that there is only one network card. So right here, if I can go into the settings within this, so within settings, it shows me only one network card. And actually the card is also shown here as well. So if you're following the mouse, the network card is also shown here. And that is basically the card, the network card that is shown in the diagram. So right here, you can see that this machine has only one network card. And if I try to add another network card, let me add another network card to this. So if I add another network card, everyone, yes, please go ahead.
Sir, I have noticed one thing that this is like I just completed the installation for the second stage. I was on the browser,
Right.
and when I type the IP to log into this navigator, VMware ESXi host navigator screen, so automatically that second stage, like what do you call that?
Configuration. Oh,
Configuration closed, and this navigator screen opens up automatically.
okay, that's good. Which means that the stage to visit automatically opens as soon as you type the IP address.
That is true.
Okay, that's good. Okay. So you're on stage 2 or is it finished?
No, is it like that? Is then like I was logging in with the admin password and admin username and password. I used a separate tab, and I logged into that VMware ESXi host navigation screen.
Right.
And suddenly, like that VMware, like vCenter closed, and the navigator screen opens up in both tabs. Why is that?
Okay.
I will show you after this class. I will show you
No.
after this class.
Maybe this might benefit other. Can you quickly share your screen? What are you talking about?
Yeah, sure.
Just click on share and it will be shared.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is my screen, right? Okay, so I was basically going here.
To your vCenter.
Right. Like when I'm logging to this vCenter, like observe this, like this navigation screen will be closed automatically.
But
So
hold
I
on,
can
you're
keep
logged
one,
into ESXi host.
right. So this is the tab which I am working on.
Okay.
Right. Hold on. Okay, so now see where that tab is gone. This was a separate tab, and this navigation was on a separate tab.
Oh, okay, go to 21. Go to the other tab.
Other tab, the previous.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
First of all, why are you using IE? Why are you not using Firefox or Chrome?
I do have a Chrome here. I have installed it, but maybe I'm used to of using this Internet Explorer.
Don't use Internet Explorer because it cannot. I mean, it cannot work with this ESXi HTML5 client properly.
Okay.
So HTML5 is a newest technology in this. I mean, HTML being the technology used by vCenter, so we need to use Chrome, Edge, or Firefox latest version. So IE is not supported well for this.
Okay.
So it could be that IE is not able to work properly with this.
That could be the thing. Okay, no worries.
So try
That's fine.
using it. Try using it. Okay, so
Sure.
log in back to. I'm gonna share my screen here,
Yes.
which is right here. Okay, so guys, we were at vCenter. We were trying to understand. Sorry, ESXi host and networking. In each ESXi host, we have a vSwitch, and each vSwitch is connected to a network card. So on this host. So on this ESXi host, there is a network card. So this is called a NIC, and NIC is connected to ESXi host. Now ESXi host, on ESXi host, this network card is connected to a vSwitch 0, and on vSwitch 0, there is a group of ports. So on vSwitch 0, there is a group of ports. So so first of all, in ESXi host for networking, there is a switch that is known as vSwitch 0, number one. So that is the main switch, and inside the switch there are a group of ports that is known as port groups. So there are port groups inside. Now, what is a port group? There are two types of port groups there. So number one port group is known as VM port group, VM network port group. And second port group is known as management port group. So second is known as VM, so management port group. Now this this grouping is, it looks like this in the switch. So in the switch, this grouping is like this. And what, since it is a port group, inside each group there are a number of ports. So there is ports in this. So for example, here there are some ports, and here there is some ports. So this group will be known as VM port group. So this is known as VM network port group. And this port group is known as management port group. On the management port group, there is a port that is connected to this physical NIC. That port is known as VM kernel port. So this port is known as VM kernel port. Okay, so let's understand this one more time here, guys. So since we do understand that the outside world is connected to a physical switch, here we are only talking about, we are just talking about the switch that sits inside ESXi host. In ESXi host, the switch that is sitting in ESXi host, it is known as vSwitch 0, and this is a standard switch. So we need to understand this is a standard switch. It's not a distributed switch, it's a standard switch since it is sitting inside ESXi host. And that switch name is vSwitch 0. Second thing we learned, that in this switch, the ports are grouped into port groups. So in a physical switch, you can also group ports. You can also assign individual ports as well. Just like in physical switch, here we can have a port group inside on this. Now, one thing that you have already seen on your, so one thing you might have already seen in your in your ISP provided routers. So let's say if I look at this, so I'm going to one of the routers from Rogers, okay, or one of the routers from your provided. So these are the routers that are provided to us. And if we look at this router from the back right here, so this is how it looks like from the back. So from the back here, you can see different colored ports here. So there are this, so let's say there is this orange ports, and then there is this blue ports. This is also known as port groups. So this port is specially for connecting to your DSL, or maybe connecting to a different type of network, WAM port. So this is mostly known as WAM port. On this, we can see that here it says that this is WAM port and these are normal ports. So exactly like this, in a virtual switch, we have two types of port groups. So here we can say these are two types of port group. This port group is just for connecting any PC, any laptop, or anything to your router so that it can use internet. And this is a special port that is connecting for your WAN access points, where you can connect to either WAN or maybe fiber channel. Here you have a fiber channel as well. So this is known as two port groups on a physical switch, and exactly like that on a virtual switch there are port groups here. So by default there are two port groups. One port group is just for VMs. So VM network port group is only used to connect VMs to this VMs to this virtual switch. So let's say if I create one VM, this one VM has a network card. This will automatically get a port from the VM network port group. You connect a second VM and it will also has a network card. This will get a port from the VM port group. So VM network port group, which is right here, VM network port group, is special port group that is only for VM network communication. So VM network, always remember it has a port groups. And now port group concept is not difficult if you can remember this from here. So I'm gonna just take a screenshot so that we can remember that. uh, So VM network port group, just like in a physical, I mean, you won't find these port grouping in a physical routers on the network, the commercial routers that are used. But it's good that we have seen this port grouping in our home router, home internet router, exactly like that. So there are two types of port groups. One is VM network port group, which is only used to provide ports to the VMs, and we have management port group, which is used for the management ports only. So this VM network port group here, in this you won't have ports for the VMs. Now, which type of ports are available in this management port group, guys? The first port that we have seen is VM kernel port. With that port, basically you are managing your ESXi host. So this is the port. If this port is down, then you won't be able to connect to your ESXi host. So let's now look at this in the in the ESXi host. So what are we trying to look into ESXi host? Number one, vSwitch. Number two, there are port groups. One port group is especially for VMs, and the second port group is just a management port group. And there we have the management port. That management port is known as VM kernel port. So let's look at this in our ESXi host. So on the ESXi host, on this side where it says vSphere vSwitch topology, on this here we can see that this is the physical card that is connected. So that's the physical card. And guys, in vSphere ESXi host, physical card is known as VM NIC. So always remember that physical card is known as VM NIC. So whereas on this side of the switch, we have two port groups. So this is port group for VM network port group, where we have only one VM connected, the VCSA appliance that we loaded. In your case, if you have other VMs, then those are connected right here. Guys, I need your attention. I need your attention here.
Sir,
And so
I
please
have,
understand this. Yes, please.
sir, I have a confusion, sir. Sir,
Yes, go ahead.
this network card, like, for example, do we install vCenter on ESXi host, or like should we configure this ESXi host with this network only to connect the,
Yes. So
to
how does
connect the V?
yes? So your question is that how is this VM that we created is connected here? This is automatically done.
No, for
So
example, sir, there
yes,
is 50 ESXi hosts.
right.
So should we install 50 vCenter, all 50, or like should we install only one and we can configure with all the 50 ESXi hosts with one distribution port, sir?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So many concepts are are on this intersection. So in your question, you have a question for you have mentioned distributed port, you have mentioned
Yes, sir.
vCenter, you have mentioned ESXi host. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, Zishan, what we need to understand here is that here we are only talking about ESXi host and a virtual switch. Okay.
Okay.
So, I want you to forget the distributed switch at the moment. So, distributed switch, we are not talking about distributed switch. Just remember that we are just trying to learn the standard switch. So, this is
Sir,
just
but
a, yes,
my concept will be clear, sir. Like
yes, yes,
this
please.
switch I have understood. Like for example, if we are running ESXi host, so we are connecting with the switch. But you are talking. That's why this all is mixed in my mind. That's why I'm
No,
asking
no,
this
that's
question.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
That is fine. Can you
yeah.
rephrase your question? Can you repeat your question one more time?
So I'm asking, like for example, if you are talking about this switch is using to connect all the ESXi hosts, right?
No,
We
no.
are
So,
using
so,
this.
so let me answer this first. This
Yeah.
virtual switch will be used to connect all the VMs inside this ESXi host. So this virtual switch is not connecting to other ESXi hosts. So let's continue.
Okay.
Continue your question.
So yeah.
Yes.
So, but you just introduced two things, were distribution and standard,
Right.
because this one we are using with the standard, right?
This is just a standard switch. Yes.
Yeah, but there is also concept of distribution switch as
Distributed
well. So,
switch. Yes.
so that's
So
why I'm asking, sir.
okay, that's fine. So distributed switch, we just leave that for another discussion. But distributed switch is used for managing 100 standard switches on 100 ESXi hosts. So, but in this case, we're just managing one ESXi host and its standard switch. I know that my answer might not be sufficient. So
Mhm.
at the moment, yes, we do know there is a VS, which is a vSphere standard switch, and there is a DV switch, which is a distributed switch. So at the
Yeah,
moment, we know that distributed switch is used to manage multiple ESXi hosts at the same time, right?
yeah. You can clear, sir, only with one phrase, one answer. So the distribution virtual switch, like, do we need to install vCenter to use this? Like to install all the VMs, all the ESXi hosts, should we install vCenter and then we can use this, or like we can configure all the ESXiOs with the distribution virtual switch, sir? Only the
Okay.
configuration.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, very good. So let's say if I have only two ESXi hosts, then we don't need a distribution switch. Okay, if only two ESXi hosts, I can just go into the ESXi host and configure the switch inside. So this switch is
right,
inside here. But in
right,
order to manage 100 ESXi hosts, then we need a distributed switch.
right.
So distributed
Okay,
switch is not required in normal circumstances.
right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so here, let's understand one more time, guys. We are in ESXi host, and in the ESXi host, I have a switch that is known as vSwitch 0, and inside the vSwitch, we have port groups, and port groups are of two types. Number one, VM network port group. Second one is management port group. Any questions so far from this? So I have not expanded much on this. I mean, I haven't went into details of networking, but let's say understand just these simple concepts. Number one, each ESXi host has a standard switch. Number one. Number two, uh, each standard switch has port groups. So two port groups are there. So number two is concept that we need to remember this. vSwitch is a standard switch inside ESXi host. So this switch is inside the host, meaning it will look like this. So if I go to this screen, the switch will look like exactly like this. Will be a switch inside ESXi host. And on this ESXi, once I start creating VMs, the VMs will be connected to ESXi host. So this is what it is. I'm not talking about any physical network. So I created three VMs inside. They all will be connected to vSwitch 0. Okay. And to connect to the physical network, it has a management port. That management port connects to the networking card here. So that management port is known as VM kernel port. VMK port or VM kernel port. So Abdullah asked a question, how many ports are available on the management port group? On the management port group, I mean, you can have any number of, there is no limit to that, but there can be different kinds of management port like vMotion and all that. We will discuss that in the next lecture. But to answer your question, there is no limit to that. You can have any number of ports, 20, 20, 50, or any number of, there is no limit of, yes, it cannot, each vSwitch cannot exceed more than 2000 ports, but otherwise, each port group can have any number of ports. Okay.
So are all the port rules added over here? Like, say for example, all the DMZ ports and stuff like that, are they added as well over here, or is it like in a different layer of stuff?
That is different layer of the stuff. So
Yes.
DMZ and security is outside ESXi host. So
Okay,
the
okay, makes
networking
sense.
that we are talking about is only inside this ESXi host.
Okay, okay,
Okay.
sounds good. Thank you.
Because we all know, you're most welcome. So we all know that each VM needs a networking, right? So if I create one VM, it would need a networking. How would this VM connect to this VM? So how do they both connect together? They are both connected together through this virtual switch. And in this virtual switch, to make the management according to how VMware wants to manage it, we have port groups. So there is one port group for we can create more port groups. So by default, there are two port groups. One port group is for management, and that is connected to the main host. And the second port group is for VM network. So that is connected to all of the VMs. Okay, so everyone, for today's lecture, we just need to remember this. Number one, there are in networking, virtual networking, there are two types of switches: a standard switch, distribution switch. Distribution switch is used for when you have large number of ESXi hosts. If your organization have 2 or 3 ESXi hosts, there is no need for distribution switch. Now, why there is no need for distribution switch? Why? Because guys, this is not free. You need to spend money. Your company needs to spend money on DV switch. Why? Because DV switch cannot work without vCenter, and vCenter is not free. vCenter, there is a licensing cost. So DV switch and vCenter are used in large organizations. In smaller organizations, they can all work with standard switch. So in a standard switch, so let's understand this, and please remember that for next lecture. In a standard switch has port groups, just like we have a port group on our ISP router. And there are, by default, there are two port groups. One is VM network port group. VM network port group. Alamgir, can you tell me what is VM network port group used for? It is used to connect VMs only. So VM network port group is used to connect only for, this port group is only for VMs. VM. So just remember from the word VM network port group. So this is only for VMs, whereas the next port group is management port group. So management port group is for the management traffic. Now, what is the management traffic, guys? If we look at this here, management traffic is the way we are connecting to ESXi host. So if I go here, and guys, this is the last concept of today, so I just need just a few more minutes from your time. Let's look at this here, guys. If I go to the switch, and within the switch, if I am looking at this here, within the switch in this, here my VM is connected to VM network port group. Here you can see two squares. This square is one port group and this square is one port group. So here, this is the VM kernel port where your VM is where we are connected to ESXi host. If this port is down, if this port is down, then we won't be able to connect to ESXi host. Okay, so this is why it is known as management network port group, where we have management network. So let's say if I go into this here, edit this, within this port group, I have the setting is, there is security setting, there is traffic shaping. We'll learn that in the next lecture. But here we can change the name of this. We can change few more settings. We can change to different vSwitch. Next time we will be creating more vSwitches here as well. And here we can see that how many port groups are there? Two port groups. One port group is this, and the other port group is this. And next time when I ask you what is management port used for, guys, the way we are connecting from here, this complete console is connected to ESXi host. I'm connecting to this ESXi host, and this IP address that is configured, this IP address is configured with the management port. So management port is right here. So let's say, let's do this one testing at the end, and then we will just call it a night and finish our lecture. Guys, let's say if I go to my network and disable networking, let's say if I disconnect the network. So I'm disconnecting the network. So I am disconnecting both ports on ESXi host. Now both ports are down. Guys, right here, now this management port will be down. Why? Because we disconnected the network card on this ESXi host. So this is done. And if I try to refresh this, it will definitely start crying, throw an error message. If it could, it might have throw a slap out from the monitor screen that you just disconnected the management port. So management port is disconnected, and this is why, I mean, server is running, everything is fine, server looks fine, but the network is not there. So in order to fix that, all we need to do is right click on this and connect the network. As soon as you connect the network together, now in my case, I have two network cards, so I added the other network card for testing purposes. I'm not sure which network card is the card that is that is connected to this, but I'm gonna still try. So I'm gonna refresh this. Yes, so that's the network part. That the network card connected, that is the management port. So guys, next time when we discuss about management port, remember management port is the one with which you are connected to ESXi host to manage it. This is why they call it a management port. And if I go to networking here, and within networking, I can see here we have only one management port, and that one management port, if that one management port is down, then it means that you won't be able to connect to the ESXi host. For that reason, you need to have at least two management port. If one port goes down, you should be able to connect to the other management port. Here, now we are connecting to management port. So for today, remember that vSwitch is a standard switch, and vSwitch has port groups inside. Port groups, one port group is for networking. Now, let's quickly do another thing. I need to have another VM. So I'll just go here, create a dummy VM. So I'm just gonna create a dummy VM here. So without anything, without any operating system, nothing is required. And here I'm just gonna say test VM, and I don't need to select anything. Okay, if I need to select anything, let's say I just select few random things here, and with the data store, it will be sitting in that disk. And it is creating that VM, and this is where the networking is. So networking, it's saying where do you want to connect to. So this is why it says VM network. Do you want to connect to another port group? So if we would have had another port group, then we can select the port group. Otherwise, this adapter will be connected to VM network port group. And here I'm just going to say next and finish. So as soon as this VM is ready, operating system is not, we are not installing operating system because we know, I mean, installing operating system is fine. But here the VM goes to, VM is created, and as soon as you go to the vSwitch, this VM should be automatically added to the VM network. So right here within the port group, now I have the second VM. So just like, excuse me, just like you have you keep on creating VMs, all the VMs will be automatically in the VM network port group, and management port group is specially for just for management. It is used for that traffic. This is exactly like this is exactly like this one, this physical router. So this is exactly like this physical router where you have this port for the management and rest of the port for the VMs.
So I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Sir, in this like VM network where you have the test VM, if you want to separate this VM with a different switch, can you do that?
Uh, if I need to connect this to a different switch, yes,
Right.
it can be done. So all I need to do is that we can go to networking, we can create a new switch. Let's say I need to create a new switch. I'm just creating a new standard switch. Let's say I need a new switch for my finance department. And this is a finance related VM, finance switch 01. And I create this. So a new switch is created. So that switch, if I go into that switch, for now, it doesn't have any port group. First of all, we need to create a port group. I will create a port group in this. So here we can go to, so this is a finance department. I need to go into, oh, I need an uplink as well. Hold on. Okay. Anyway, so we'll do that next week, guys, because I need to explain some more stuff here before I can add a port group. Actually, port groups are right here. Maybe if it doesn't take, I know that everyone is tired.
Is the link on top of this picture, sir?
Click uplink. No, I'm not adding a uplink. I need to add a port group. Uplink
Okay.
is actually a physical adapter. I'm not adding a physical adapter. Here is the port group. So let's say I add a new port group for finance, and then I will link it to that. So here I'm just say port group, and this port group is linked to my finance switch and add. So now if I go to my finance switch, I have a port group now available. So this is a port group. Now all I need to do is to move, is to connect my test VM to this port group. So for that, I will go to the VM, right click on the VM and go to settings. I just need to change the settings on the VM. So so in here, I will go to the adapter, and from here, I will change it to, okay, it's not, so I'm gonna refresh this. And so this VM is Windows 95. Wow. What type of VM is this? Okay. So in here, edit settings. So in here, if I go to the adapter settings, this is connected to VM network of switch number 1. So for that, I need to add an other adapter. So I'm adding a new adapter. Oh, the adapter is added. Wow. So, so this adapter is connected to VM finance port group, and I'll delete because I clicked on many times. So I have this VM connected to finance port group. So going back to the switch here, so I have my test machine here in this switch. So in the next lecture, guys, we'll go into more detail. So today, I just want you to remember virtual switch, standard switch, distribution switch, and also in virtual switches, there are port groups. VM port group are for VMs. Management port group is for just for the management port. And we have seen if the management port is down, you won't be able to manage the ESXi host. So just remember management port, management of VM, management of ESXi host. VM network port group is just for VMs. Oh, Chutti. I mean,
Chuttu ho gaye, sir.
who the hell
Today,
was this? Was it a phone call or what was it? It was at the right time.
sir, you have to use this, sir, after I'm completing the
Yeah,
class.
ready to go.
I
No,
did.
Yeah,
no, what was it? What was it? It was really good.
I did.
yeah.
मैंने टल्ली बजाई.
Okay, that's good, man. That's good. I mean, that was really refreshing. How refreshing was it, man? I mean, never thought of that sound is so good.
Too
Okay,
heavy,
guys.
sir. Today lecture is too heavy, sir.
No, no, don't worry, don't worry. Don't say too heavy. Don't say too so don't say too difficult. We will go through this, okay, everyone? Just take it easy, freshen up,
It's,
and then review the notes.
sir, it looks like heavy, but when we do practice, it becomes easier. You know, like
Excellent.
Yeah.
in the
Yes, sir.
beginning,
Yes, sir.
in the beginning, it was like feeling burden, but now you like we did work, so feeling better
Okay,
now.
very good.
Hopefully,
Okay,
Yeah.
guys. So
Sir, I
let's
need your time, sir. I want to show my system, sir.
sure, sure. So for everyone else, this is all for today, and we'll see you in the next lecture. So you can share your screen.
Thank you, Adnan bhai.
Sir,
Thank you,
sir,
Adnan bhai.
You're most welcome. Thank
Thank you.
you. Good night.
Sorry, Adnan bhai, before you start with, I want to ask you a very simple question.
Okay, sir. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you.
Allah Hafiz.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Yes, go ahead, Naveed.
Yes, Adnan, what is the email address and password to log into the vCenter?
It's
You mentioned something about
administrator. Yes, administrator at rate vsphere.local.
vsphere.local, and the password is admin.
So you're logging into the port link, or you're logging into without the port link?
Without the port link in vCenter, because
Yes.
I've just done with the installation.
Excellent. So you can click on share and show me your screen.
Sure.
And Zishan,
sir,
do
can
you
I?
have you have TeamViewer, or you have?
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to give you, sir, team viewer access, sir.
Okay, let me open TeamViewer for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm using Google Chrome as you advised.
Yes, very good. So
And
here,
this,
yes, here just type the password of the vCenter that you set up. Are you using the same password for everything, or here you set up a different password?
yeah, this is a different one.
Okay. So Zishan, it is 397466760. Your team viewer.
Okay.
Okay, so Naveed, if you forgot your vCenter password, unfortunately, you have to redo it again. That's the password. That is SSO domain password.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'll do it again. That's fine then.
Before redoing it again, try to Google that if you lost this password. I think that you have to redo it or restore it from the backup. If you have a backup, then you can restore it. Otherwise, just redo it.
maybe try
Okay, no
the
problem.
password.
I was planning to clear all the servers and do it from the scratch, so I'll do it definitely.
Excellent, excellent. Very
Okay.
good.
Thank you, Adnan. So
Okay.
let me stop sharing
Sure.
here and
Okay.
see you in next class. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Sir,
Thank you.
sir, ID is 112949681.
112
949681
112
681.
681.
Password 78IG
Okay, hold on.
6X.
That the ID is not correct. So 11
2
yes
949681.
949681. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Password
78IG.
what 78?
Yes, sir. 78
Yes, IG
6X.
6X. IG
Yeah.
is the most what do you call IG?
IG synth, sir.
Yes, IG sent. Okay, so we are here.
Yes, sir. Sir, yeah, I will show you this. Sir, you have you got my access, sir?
Yes. So, but I won't be able to. I mean, you can log in. So first of all, you need to log into your. You're trying to log into ESXi host, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So use your password, whatever the password you are using. Save it. Save.
Yes, sir.
Good.
सर एक बात पूछनी थी सर, मिडिल ईस्ट का कोई ग्रुप कर रहे हैं सर आप?
मिडल ईस्ट का नहीं है कोई अभी तो नहीं है, लेकिन मिडल ईस्ट वाले तो लॉगिन कहीं से भी पढ़ सकते हैं, कहीं पे भी पढ़ सकते हैं।
टाइमिंग का मसला था, मेरा एक दोस्त है सर, वो इंटरेस्टेड है, तो मैंने पूछा आपसे सर।
टाइमिंग, हाँ उनके बहुत लेट हो जाता है, रात का लेट टाइमिंग है।
जी सर।
ठीक है, लेकिन अभी तो नहीं कर रहा वो, अभी मेरा ख्याल है।
सर यही वाला कोर्स इंटरेस्टेड है, क्योंकि मेरा बेस्ट फ्रेंड है, तो मैंने उसको बताया था आपका,
अच्छा
तो
अच्छा, चलें, बहुत
इंटरेस्टेड
बहुत
है।
शुक्रिया। मैंने जनवरी के एंड में, फरवरी में मैं उधर होऊंगा, तो
कहाँ मिडिल ईस्ट में होंगे सर?
जी जी।
अच्छा सर, तो कितने टाइम के लिए होंगे सर?
मैं उधर मेरा ख्याल है 3 महीने के लिए होऊंगा उधर। तो
जबरदस्त सर।
उधर उधर होस्ट है, मैं कोर्स शुरू करूँ तो फिर मैं आपको बता दूंगा, फिर आप बता दीजिएगा उन्हें।
सर मैं वहाँ पे उसको बोल दूंगा कि भाई लड़के अरेंज कर लो, तो जो है वो।
हाँ ठीक है। तो वो कहाँ पे है, किस जगह पे, दुबई में कहाँ पे है?
सर वो डेरा सिलिकॉन में रहता है, सिलिकॉन वैसे दुबई में ही है सर।
अच्छा दुबई में है, दुबई में, ठीक है,
हाँ।
सही है।
आप
अच्छा,
सर कहाँ होंगे? दुबई में होंगे, शारजा में
मैं
होंगे सर?
सऊदीया में भी होऊंगा, दुबई में भी होऊंगा, कतर में भी होऊंगा, तीनों जगह पे।
अच्छा अच्छा, मतलब
लेकिन ये
3 महीने सर दुबई।
हाँ वो उधर फिर वहाँ से जी, ऐसे ही है।
अच्छा अच्छा।
यार आप मुझे ज़रा जल्दी बताएंगे, क्योंकि सॉरी मुझे भागना पड़ेगा, जुम्मा है यहाँ पे।
सर ये लॉगिन नहीं हो रहा सर।
अच्छा, ये लॉगिन नहीं हो रहा,
सर क्यों नहीं हो रहा
तो
ये?
ये लॉगिन होना चाहिए। देखें, लॉगिन ना होने की वजह जो है ना, वो ये हो सकती है कि ये देखें यहाँ पे जो है ना, आप इसको ऐसे देखा करें कि यहाँ पे 2 नेटवर्क कार्ड है आपके पास, नीचे
जी
अगर
जी।
देखें, और वो आपका ESXi होस्ट है, ठीक है। और
ओके
यहाँ पे इसको अगर मैं पहले इधर कर दूं, इस तरफ विंडोज़ रख लें, इस तरफ ESXi
ओके।
होस्ट, तो इस तरह
राइट
ज़्यादा
सर।
इजी हो जाएगा। आपका ESXi होस्ट तो मुझे सही लग रहा है कि इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रही
सर अभी
इसको।
तो मैंने किया था लॉगिन सर, अभी तो
ठीक
मैं
है,
थोड़ी देर पहले।
अच्छा अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं, हो जाता है कभी कभी। लेकिन ये आप क्या यूज़ करें, फायरफॉक्स? कोई बात नहीं, हम इसको एक दफ़ा
फायरफॉक्स।
रिफ्रेश कर देते हैं दोबारा।
जी सर।
हाँ
हो
हो
गया
गया,
सर।
ठीक है। तो इसमें आप क्या देखना चाह रहे थे?
सर वो मैंने फर्स्ट स्टेप कर लिया था, वो मुझे मैंने उसको सब कुछ आईडी और पोर्ट डाल के देख लिया, लेकिन मेरे से वो लॉगिन वो आ नहीं रहा सर, फर्स्ट पोर्ट, फर्स्ट स्टेप सर।
कौन सा?
सर हमने
अच्छा वो
फर्स्ट स्टेप इंस्टॉल
वी
कर लिया
सेंटर
था।
का, वी सेंटर
जी
का।
सर, जी सर।
अच्छा
जी
अच्छा
सर।
अच्छा, वी सेंटर का आपने स्टेज 1 कर ली थी।
जी सर, और उसका
ठीक है,
ये रहा, ये देखें।
ठीक है, ये आपने बना लिया था, ठीक है। तो उसके
जी सर।
बाद अब ये करना होता है कि अब आपको ना उसका आईपी एड्रेस चाहिए। आपने वी सेंटर का आईपी एड्रेस क्या रखा था?
सर वही जो आपने रखा था वही है।
40
जी
था,
सर, जो एज पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर था सर वही।
ठीक है, तो 40 है वो। तो यहाँ पे हम 40 करेंगे, 5480 करेंगे, फिर उससे ये कनेक्ट होगा। लेकिन साथ में इसके हमें ये भी देखना है कि यहाँ पे वो चल रहा है कि नहीं, तो हमें यहाँ पे वीएम में जाएंगे और
जी
इसके
सर।
ऊपर ज़रा नज़र रखेंगे, देखें ये तो चल ही नहीं रहा, ये तो बंद है, तो कैसे कनेक्ट
ओके।
होगा? ठीक है, यहाँ पे नहीं है, पावर ऑन नहीं है, तो इसको सिलेक्ट
ओके।
करके इसको पावर ऑन करें पहले। लेकिन
ओके।
अब ये इस तरह होगा नहीं है, क्योंकि वो
हम्म।
आपकी जो इंस्टॉलेशन है ना वो डिस्टर्ब हो गई है। फिर भी ये ट्राई करके देखते हैं कि
सर मैं
पहली बात।
वैसे तो नए तरीके से करूंगा ही सर, वो
हाँ,
दोबारा
आप
से मैं
नए तरीके
करूंगा।
से इसको एक शॉट में, एक सिटिंग में करें, 2-3 घंटे
जी
लगेंगे आपको, लेकिन पूरा करें, एक स्टेज का पूरा इंतजार करें, फिर उसके बाद दूसरी
जी।
स्टेज करें, वो
सर
बेस्ट
मैं कर रहा
रहेगा।
था, मेरे पास उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था, इस वजह से मैं नहीं कर पाया सर। वो जो आपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया स्विच और सारी चीजों का,
हाँ
वो नहीं
हाँ,
मिल रहा था मुझे।
नहीं नहीं, उसकी तो ज़रूरत ही नहीं है, उसकी क्या ज़रूरत है आपको? सिर्फ जो है, अगर आपको जो है वी सेंटर का आईपी एड्रेस चाहिए जो कि
जी
40
जी।
होगा, ठीक है।
ओके।
और अब आप नेक्स्ट टाइम जब उसको स्टार्ट करें, ये अभी मुझे लगता नहीं है, ये नहीं स्टार्ट होगा, क्योंकि ये देखे ना, ये यहाँ पे
हम्म।
स्टार्ट होने की कोशिश कर रहा है, और ये आ तो गया है वैसे, और इसका आईपी एड्रेस ये है 192.168.100.40। और इसको अब हम जाके देखते हैं कि अब ये चलेगा कि नहीं। तो यहाँ पे हाँ अभी कनेक्ट तो हो रहा है, तो इसको, लेकिन आपको पता लग गया ना कि अगर वो इस तरह
जी
ना
सर।
जा रहा हो तो कहाँ जाके चेक करना है आपने? आपने जो
सर
है
वो,
वो इसके अंदर जाके यहाँ पे
हाँ,
VMs में आके और इसमें आके
ओके
देखना है कि ये ऑन भी है या नहीं है, क्योंकि जिस वक्त हम
ओके,
ये वाला ना हो ना, प्ले वाला साइन, इसका मतलब वो ऑन ही नहीं है। ऑन होने के
राइट
बाद
राइट
फिर
सर,
आपने इस पे भी क्लिक करना है और ये देखना है कि ये यहाँ से ये ऑन है, ये जरा ब्लू स्क्रीन है, ESXi होस्ट की येलो होती है।
ओके ओके,
तो इसमें अब हम यहाँ पे चले जाते हैं, तो यहाँ पे ये आ तो गया इधर, ठीक है। तो अब आपकी
जी सर,
स्टेज 2 से हो सकता है ये शुरू हो जाए। तो इसमें हम सेटअप
ओके
पे चले जाएंगे, यहाँ पासवर्ड डालें अपना।
ओके।
ठीक है, आपकी क्लियर होगी वो कंफ्यूजन के अब वो वहाँ क्यों नहीं जा रहा
सर
था?
यहाँ पे रूट का पासवर्ड डाल लूँ सर?
जो Vcenter का रूट का पासवर्ड है वो डालना है।
अच्छा, मतलब जो हमने वी सेंटर क्रिएट किया था, राइट सर?
Vcenter जो आपने क्रिएट किया था, बिल्कुल।
एक सेकंड में देख रहा
देखें ये वाला वो पासवर्ड था। वैसे तो मेरा मशवरा ये है कि आप हर चीज़ का ना एक ही पासवर्ड रखें ताकि वो
सर, वही
कंफ्यूजन ही ना
रखा
हो।
था।
वही रखा था तो फिर क्यों नहीं चल रहा है? आपका पासवर्ड 1 और आखिर में एक्सक्लेमेशन है।
नहीं सर, मैंने जो उसका रखा था वो डैश डैश रखा था पासवर्ड, 1-WR1 एक्सक्लेमेशन डाला था, ये शायद है सर। नहीं,
नहीं है, ठीक है। अगर ये पासवर्ड आपको नहीं मिला ना, तो फिर अब
जी
आपने
जी,
ये देखना है कि इसको क्लीन कैसे करना है। अगर आपने ये
ओके
सर्वर नए बनाएंगे या इसी इसी ESXi होस्ट में दोबारा इंस्टॉल करेंगे?
सर, नया बना लूंगा मैं।
हाँ ये दोनों आप नए बना लें, ठीक है।
ओके
और
जी,
इसमें ये है कि आज मैं वो वीडियो अपलोड कर दूंगा इसकी इंस्टॉलेशन की भी।
जी
मेरे उसमें ना एरर्स आ रहे हैं आखिर में ना, लेकिन बाकी
ओके।
इंस्टॉलेशन बिल्कुल सेम है, तो वो आप उसको फॉलो
सर वही
करके
है
कर
ना
लें।
सर, कि उसमें अपना ESXi उसमें जाके उसकी मेमोरी बढ़ानी है और हार्ड ड्राइव बढ़ानी है, और उसके बाद उसमें जनरेट करना है सर, वी सेंटर बनाना, उसका आईडी, उसका वो लगना है 40
ठीक है,
आईपी
ठीक है।
आईपी
IP
एड्रेस।
एड्रेस उसका 40 है, बिल्कुल। और यहाँ पे
राइट,
आपने उसका वो कॉपी करना है VCS से,
कॉपी
फिर
कर,
इसको
जी
माउंट
सर।
कर देना है। माउंट करने के
हाँ
बाद आप वहाँ वो इंस्टॉलर पे जाएंगे, उसको स्टार्ट कर देना है बस। तो अगर
जी
कहीं फंस
सर,
भी जाए।
इंस्टॉलर में
जी
जाके क्या किस में जाते हैं सर, इंस्टॉलर के लिए सी में?
जी, इंस्टॉलर में आपने इसको राइट क्लिक करना है और माउंट कर देना है। ठीक है, ये इधर आ गया। फिर इसमें आपने इसमें आना है और फिर Win32 में आना है, फिर इसमें नीचे
ओके,
जाके ये इसको स्टार्ट कर देना है इंस्टॉलर।
राइट राइट, ओके
इसको
सर,
जब आप स्टार्ट कर देंगे तो स्टेज 1 शुरू हो जाएगी, फिर वो आप थोड़ी सी
ओके,
चीज़ें देंगे और वो पूरा हो जाएगा,
अच्छा
लेकिन इसको कोशिश करें 1 सिटिंग में करना है।
सर, लेकिन आप वीडियो भी तो डाल देना सर
वो
इसकी।
मैं डाल देता हूँ, वो मैं डाल देता हूँ।
ओके,
ठीक है,
सही है सर, सही है
चलें,
सर।
सही है फिर। ओके,
ओके सर,
ओके,
थैंक यू
अस्सलाम
थैंक
वालेकुम,
यू
नो
सर,
प्रॉब्लम।
अस्सलाम
अल्लाह
वालेकुम,
हाफिज़।
वालेकुम सलाम सर, अल्लाह हाफिज़।